Hold on. Good evening, everybody. Thank you all. So quiet. I appreciate that. So it is January 27th, 2021. This is City Council meeting. Just for a little bit of housekeeping, we are a little close-knit here. We're going to make some adjustments to the schedule to accommodate some of our hardest-working citizens and workers this evening. We have a very full schedule. We have a public hearing that is going on tonight for MX1. We have a very long speakers list. I hope everybody understands that today is a regular city council meeting with the public hearing on MX1. Tomorrow night, we do have a Board of Estimate public hearing on the budget. So if you are here to speak about the budget for the Board of Estimate tomorrow night, there's no need to call in to speak at that meeting. You can come to that meeting and ask to speak on the night of that meeting. We want to make sure that you understand that all gentlemen need to take their hats off. We ask for everybody who has a cell phone, and I know that's about everybody, to please turn off your phones or at least put them to mute. I'm going to do my phone as well. If you are talking in the audience, we ask you to step outside because the acoustics in this room are phenomenal. We can't hear you. Even if you're whispering, you quite frankly disturb the people around you, and we can hear you up here. So we ask you not to speak at all during the meeting. As far as fire escapes go, we have a lot of firemen here. We have two egresses. One is the double doors here, where you can go down the main staircase. There's also an exit in the back, and if you make a right out that back door, you can go down the steps towards the back as well. With that, I'm going to ask for the clerk for the call of the meeting.
We hear no sound though. No.
And I know everybody, I know the results is that we want to show the presence here, but there is an overflow room if you feel more comfortable with the spacing, and if you can, space out as much as you can in the hall. So I'm going to ask for the call of the meeting from the clerk, and I may shuffle the agenda a little bit to accommodate our hardest working folks in the city.
Good evening. We can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Nope, we're not doing a roll call yet. I'm just asking for was there a call of the meeting? Is there, what was on the board for this evening's meeting?
I wouldn't know. She is. I think they did something new.
We're going to do the public hearing. With the MX1 public hearing and the notice packet, publication was published in the newspapers,
I changed the,
Journal News,
it said somewhere I put John. That's all it did.
You sure just left it on?
Doesn't look like anybody's talking.
It said so we changed the drawing.
public hearing. Today, Wednesday, January 20, Today is Wednesday, January 27th, 2021, the 7 p.m. City Council public hearing. And the public hearing is to accept the final generic environmental impact statement, or FGEIS, on the proposed MX1 commercial corridor zoning district. The public hearing comments and accredited FDIS for the commercial zoning district was published and re-advertised in the Journal News on January 26th. The original zone publications and posting was December 22nd, December 26th, and December 30th of 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Yes.
Nope.
Roll call.
Nope. At this time, I would like to begin the meeting by asking for a pledge of allegiance. I'd like Councilwoman Janice Duarte to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. If I may, Council, I would like to switch the order and to put a pause on the public hearing session for a moment, and I would like to hear from some of our firefighters that have asked to speak at the regular speaking session. Do I have permission of the council to adjust the agenda? Councilwoman Duarte? I'm asking for your permission. Thank you. Councilwoman Copeland? Thank you. And Councilman Thompson? Thank you. I'm going to ask that Kevin Holt come forward and speak on behalf of, who is the president of the Uniform Firefighters Association. Mr. Holt?
Good evening. Kevin Holt, 215 Hillside Avenue, Mount Vernon. I'm going to be speaking here in a dual capacity. One as a homeowner and a taxpayer who was informed that our taxes was going to go up, which I don't have a problem with, and our services was going to be decreased, which I do have a problem with. Second, as a 30-year veteran of the Mount Vernon Fire Department, the lead representative for the Uniform Firefighters Association, I'm here to discuss the talks of furloughs and layoffs, which I am totally against both. I want you to excuse me because as I'm talking, I'm a little passionate about this because this is extremely disturbing. And I'm just going to talk about the years past a little bit and what's been the numbers that, actually I'm going to give you some numbers that I feel that we haven't had the courtesy of receiving to make informed decisions. And I feel disrespected by that we are asked to do something that to me is totally unethical and compromises safety for the citizens of Mount Vernon, and we don't even know what's what. Nevertheless, in 2020, the Mount Vernon Fire Department, these gentlemen that surround this room right here, responded in Mount Vernon, 4.4 square miles, to 11,000 calls. 11,000 calls in 4.4 square miles. And I need you to put these numbers in your head. 11,000 calls. They responded to 45 structure fires on top of those 11,000 calls. 45. Not including mutual aid, in which we had to go to other cities and respond to their actual fire scenes and put in work. But our own city at 4.4 square miles, a very small city where we serve 100,000 people easily, very condensed, very small, 45 structure fires. And not to mention one fire-related fatality. In 5 years, 4.4 square miles, we responded to well over 60,000 calls. 60,000. And we responded to anywhere between 245 to 250 structure fires. Those are astronomical numbers. 245 to 250 structure fires, 5 years. That's busier than any city per square mile in Westchester County. Yet and still, these gentlemen around this room did it. With what we had, we did what we could do. And in that 5-year span, we also had 12 civilian-related deaths due to fire. 12. What is the price of a life? You tell me. These men around here believe that life is priceless. But not in Mount Vernon for some reason. We have put a price on it where we're going to get rid of workers like fire, police, public works, compromise safety for the city, throughout the whole city of Mount Vernon, to these 100,000 people that we serve. Is that realistic? Is that realistic? How much is a life worth? We have attempted to give ideas that would try to help save money to avoid these type of talks. We realize that, unfortunately, it don't appear to go nowhere because of certain people in our city. Nevertheless, in 2020, the United States suffered, and hear me out, 400,000 deaths due to COVID. 400,000. We all know that. If there was ever a time for our elected leaders to come together and work on behalf of the citizens of Mount Vernon, it should have been then. This lack of transparency that is existing in our city government is a disgrace and disgusting. And I mean, we're fed up with it, because now the workers who responded to COVID, some of them got COVID, took it home to their families, infected them, or they couldn't see them, isolated from their children, from their wives. Couldn't hug them, couldn't see them. 14 days. And what did they do? They got better, they came back, they put the boots back on and went back out for round 2. And you know what we tell them at the end? You gotta go. That's disgusting. People are gonna die if we do layoffs. And that's just the reality of it. I mean, I can't put it no nice. I can't say they're going to gently pass away. They are going to die. Property is going to be lost. Tax revenue is going to be lost. And that's a fact. So now, the firefighters who have answered the bell to 60,000 calls, to 250 structure fires, the firefighters around this room that has always put on their boots and came out in a timely manner to save lives, is saying, how are you going to help save us, our elected officials? It is your job to protect the citizens of Mount Vernon by providing us with the needs that we can do it with. And manpower is the number one option. If you want to take a rig from me, take it. Give me a horse, give me a buggy, I don't give a damn. But keep my firefighters working. We cannot do it without them. I can't lose one. Not one. Matter of fact, we need more. But as of right now, I'll stay with what I got if this is you all's budget. But I'm asking the council, I'm asking our public safety chair, do not let not one of us go. Because then the question has to come back to, how much is a life worth? If we lose one life, is the blood going to be on your hand? Do you want that? Do you want to tell that family how much their child was worth or how much their parent was worth? Because we're putting a price on life. To me, to these gentlemen, life is priceless. So I'm asking you, do the right thing.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to ask to hear from Chief Ordindo. Is he here? Nathaniel Bonaparte. And Mr. Bonaparte, I didn't mention this earlier, but we're going to ask that you try to keep your comments down to 3 minutes.
Nathaniel Bonaparte, 51 Howard Street. Good evening, distinguished members of the City Council. I come to you not as a veteran, not as a firefighter, but as a concerned citizen of Mount Vernon. I served my country, and now I serve my community. The bickering coming from City Hall between the mayor, the council, and the controller is a disservice to the citizens. If the controller has nothing to hide, just show us the numbers. I have been a firefighter for over 20 years, and I've never experienced this level of dysfunction in my career. I know what I signed up for when I raised my hand in this very chamber, with the threat of contracting COVID on every call and possibly infecting my wife, my children, and my loved one scares the hell out of me. The virus threatens everyone. It has taken so many lives. Don't add more bodies to this raging fire. When the bell rings, I answer the call. Now I ask you to answer the call of the people. Don't lay off any of my brother firefighters. They answered the call, and I implore you, the City Council, the Mayor, and the Controller, to answer the call. Find a way to save my brother's jobs. Thank you.
Anthony Mitchell, Brenda Bamberg.
Anthony Mitchell, 175 Beechwood Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York, 10553.
Brenda Bamberg,
Andrea, here's what's back on the list.
317 East Sydney.
My brother's previously said it all. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. You know, you can hear from us all day. I got COVID, was in the hospital, still came back to work. Like Kev said, you know, while everybody's sleeping sometimes in the middle of the night, you don't know what we're doing. I'm dirty like this. I was just in a fire the other day risking my life. The next time I go to work, I could be pumping on somebody's chest, but we could tell you stories all day, but nobody will really understand besides the men that put on these bunker gears, but I'm gonna let her speak.
This is my son, Jayzon, Jayzon. At the age of 9 months, his heart stopped. He had a seizure. I dialed 911. Fire department came on scene first. I met this gentleman here. He put a defibrillator on my grandson, did CPR, brought his heart back. At that time, the EMT wasn't arrived as of yet, so the fire department proceeded to put him into the fire truck to take him to the emergency room. We really need our firefighters. My grandson here now is 6 years old. He's here because of the fire department. Thank you.
James Lang.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
No.
You can pull the mic up.
I can pull my mic up.
Perfect.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jim Lang. I'm a Deputy Chief here with the City of Mount Vernon Fire Department. I have been here at the end of February. It will be a total of 34 years. I come from a long lineage of firefighters in my family. My dad was a firefighter here in the City of Mount Vernon, retired 1980 as a Deputy Chief. He did 32 years. My brother Mike retired in 2016 after 35 and a half years as a firefighter and retired as a Deputy Chief. So I think I know what I'm talking about when it comes to allocating the proper resources to the fire service so we can perform our job in a safe and efficient manner, and how drastic those cuts would be. Madam Mayor and City Council members, many individuals, not to the fault of their own, are unaware of the extensive services we as fire officers and firefighters perform on a daily basis. Yes, we can all agree that a primary role within the fire service is to protect the lives and property of the citizens of Mount Vernon, but these goals are not only attained by responding to and extinguishing any type of fire that may arise, but also through a vast array of other services we provide to the community, such as performing residential fire inspections, fire safety lectures to both adults and school children, assisting EMS personnel with medical emergencies, which, as one may expect, throughout this past year was prevalent, making up a good portion of the 11,000 plus calls we responded to last year, controlling and mitigating hazardous material incidents from gas leaks, carbon monoxide calls, and the release of flammable and toxic substances, electrical emergencies with regards to power lines down and manhole explosions, and also water rescues, and the list goes on. These are just some of the examples of the different types of services we provide in response to on a daily basis throughout the year. Last year, as I said earlier, our department responded to over 11,000 calls where the public was in need of our assistance to protect them and the property from further harm or damage. However, in order for us as an emergency response agency for the city to provide these essential services, we as a department require adequate resources, both in personnel and equipment, to be able to perform our job as safely, quickly, and efficiently in order for there to be a successful outcome of the incident. By a successful outcome, I'm sure one could surmise that means one where there is no loss of life or injury sustained to civilians or emergency service personnel on scene, and only a minimal amount of damage, if at all, incurred to the property and structural members. However, as we all know, this unfortunately is not always the case, for we don't live in a perfect world, and things can and will go wrong with no fault to the emergency service personnel on scene, nor the citizens who requested our help. Many problems that arise at an emergency incident are unpreventable and cannot be predicted in advance. So having the appropriate resources, both personnel and fire suppression equipment on scene from the outset will allow firefighters and the officer in command, such as myself, to overcome these obstacles and allow our members to perform their assigned job functions unimpeded and bring an emergency incident of any type under control with hopefully the aforementioned success that we strive for at every incident. I can attest to this firsthand from my 34 years of firefighting experience. Diminishing these resources that would ordinarily be on hand initially to unsafe levels will without a doubt decrease dramatically our department's chances of attaining a successful outcome at any emergency incident we're dispatched to, if not eliminating them completely. I think we all know without going into detail what the ramifications would be if these proposed drastic measures were imposed on our department. In closing, I'd like to applaud and thank the Mayor and her administration for diligently working with our federal, state, and county officials in pursuing other avenues of recourse to assist the city with the hopes of averting a potential disaster with regards to this safety and health crisis we are all being subjected to. This is a direct result of the professional negligence of a city official in performing the duties of the office she was elected to hold by those taxpayers who placed their confidence in her to hold such a position. We thank you, Mayor, and your administration for your past and continued support to our department, and know that you and your administration have the best interests in mind with regards to the safety and health of the citizens of Mount Vernon, as well as the city's essential workers, fire, police, and Department of Public Works. Unfortunately, as has well been reported and publicized over the past 4 years, the hands of our city government, both past and present, have been tied by one individual, preventing the current administration, as well as past administrations, from doing the jobs and fulfilling the promises they made to those that supported and elected them into office. Thank you for allowing me this allotted time to speak on behalf of our membership and to voice my concerns that are shared by our membership collectively. We just hope and pray the controller will soon recognize the seriousness of the situation and at hand and come to an amicable agreement with you and your administration, Mayor, to resolve it before it's too late for all those whose lives and property are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang, and Mr. Bonaparte, if you had your written comments that you wanted to hand in to the clerk for the record, you're more than welcome to do that as well. If you want to make a copy of that and deliver that to the clerk's office tomorrow, you can do that as well. Out of respect for our firemen, I'm just trying to go down the list and see if there's any other firemen that are here. You are more than welcome to stay, but for COVID purposes, we were trying to get our strong men out of the building if you were looking to leave before the end of our hearing. So I'm not telling you you have to leave, but we tried to push you forward so that you guys can, have your comments heard, and then if there's nobody else, we're going to move on to the other speakers.
I think Malik Taylor is a firefighter.
Is the overflow? There's somebody that's there to speak as well? Oh, there's more room in the memorial room. Oh, just live speaking. So yes, so we're going to ask that if you do want to stick around and you want to go to see the live stream of this.
Mr. President, I think Malik Taylor, if he's here, he's a firefighter.
I'm sorry, I did not. Oh, so Mr. Taylor? Thank you, sir.
Ms. Everett also.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Everett also.
Thank you.
How you doing, Malik Taylor? I just want to give a piece on the younger guys on the job, because I represent those guys. For the longest time, I mean, as long as I can remember at least, all we wanted to do was help our community. We've grown up in these streets, we've played in these parks, we've gotten in trouble, done all types of things in these streets and to represent Mount Vernon. My grandmother's house was first due responded to Station 4. My grandmother died from COVID last year. Without these first responders, she could have died and nobody would have known. In my mind, we mean so much to the community because we care so much about it. These are our families. These are not just random people that we're just servicing. Like, we care about what's going on in this community. And from a young guy's point of view, that's all I really have. You know, I'm not at the pay that I should be at or I'm not in the position to dictate. I don't even know too much because I'm new on the job. But the one thing I do know is that getting fresh on this job, looking at the dysfunction, it doesn't make me feel safe. And I feel like looking at this room of people, I mean, all you guys make all of these decisions. And to be totally honest, it's just to put us out after working your COVID calls. I mean, we come to your house. We come to your house. I mean, if we're not there, how does that make you guys feel? So the only thing I would say is like, I hope to pray to God that I can keep my job so that I can provide for a family that I would hope to raise one day. But we have people here with families, newborn babies, that they're going to have to, maybe starve. Who knows? But that's all I really had. I just want to make sure that we're understood. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there anybody else from the fire department that signed up to speak? Yes, thank you. And just your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Tony Grant Everett. I'm speaking tonight as a telecommunicator with the fire department of the city. And as a member of a family that is a 100-year history here in the city of Mount Vernon. And my family members are policemen, firefighters, and EMTs as well. And this is my first time ever doing this, so if I seem a little nervous, I'm gonna get through this. And I have a 40-year history with the fire department here in Mount Vernon. But so with a 100-year history, what I've discovered is that there are 6 degrees of separation. So we know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. We're all connected, right? So I bring that with me to my job. So what I've learned on my various careers, though, as a manager and executive in the broadcast and entertainment industry, in the retail industry, is that if you want to know where you stand in any organization, if you want to know its priorities, just look at its budget. So if I may, the 2021 budget for the city and for the department, the fire department, is troubling. And even before any discussions about furloughs and layoffs, that budget was troubling. So if we all understand that the fire department is vital to the health and safety and lives of our residents, then we should also understand that we cannot place a price tag on priceless things, our property and our people. So let me give you an example of some of the things that we do for our people as a telecommunicator. So I don't know if you've ever heard the expression that Ginger Rogers used to express. She was Fred Astaire's partner, and she danced his dance partner. But Fred Astaire got all the attention. Ginger Rogers pointed out she was doing the same thing that Fred Astaire was doing, and she was doing it backwards. So we fight fires upstairs at FAB. We just do it backwards. We're not on the ground. We have to do it upstairs. And so we learn to fight fires by sound and calls. So we also teach while we're up there. We have to teach our residents how to do CPR. So, for instance, we had a phone call from a resident who had Parkinson's disease. We had to teach him with his disability to do CPR on his wife. So to be creative up there because he couldn't get down on the floor the way he should. We had to teach him how to do that. There was a night the baby died. I promise that wasn't a cry. Dad had just fed the baby, newborn, and put the baby down in the stroller. He went back to check, and the baby wasn't breathing. We couldn't get Dad to do CPR. We had to get Mom, who was recovering from delivery, to cradle her baby. And do it without crying like I'm doing right now. To cradle her baby, take her baby who wasn't breathing in her arms, and figure out a creative way to get her to give that baby CPR until help got there. Engine 4 and A1's, our ambulance, arrived, and we were feeding them information along the way. So we're teaching CPR, we're trying to encourage Mom to do CPR on the baby without letting her know that's exactly what she was doing. We were feeding the information to Engine 4 and A1. They knew how critical this was. They didn't even stop. I'm not even sure they put their rigs in park. They jumped out, got that baby. Our officer on Engine 4 drove the ambulance and scooted that baby to the hospitals. We were able to get a pulse and deliver that baby to the hospital alive. You want to hear that? You don't want to hear 1045, right? 1045 means DOA, dead on arrival. That's a good outcome. Unfortunately, the baby didn't make it, but we were able to at least get that baby to critical care. Those are the kinds of things we do. Those are the kinds of things that we need here in the city, and those are the kinds of people we need on the staff here, that no matter what happens, we answer that bell, right? So we do more than just fight fires. We do more than medical. We also provide community service. We received a 911 call from a little boy, one of our residents, whose toy, some flying thing, got caught up in the tree. He called 911. His mother was mortified that he called 911, but for that little boy, it was an emergency. that his toy was stuck up in the tree. You know what we did? We sent Latitude to go help him get his toy out of the tree. While they were doing that, they were teaching him also how to use the tools that the firefighters use. It was the highlight of his day. I don't know if it's the highlight of his life. It's the highlight of his day. Those are the kinds of, my colleagues are the kinds of employees you want to keep here all the time, right? So we've also answered a call to fire on 4th Street, 5th Street, and Garden Avenue. And so you know when it's serious because you don't get just one call. Everybody calls, and whoever made the first call is calling again, right? So that's our way of determining this is really serious. And I'm told that the guys can tell when they need to get their butts moving just by my tone, right? So we received a report. The woman that called, one of the women that called, had a senior citizen in the bedroom and couldn't get her out. If you think they're anxious out there, we're anxious up here, right? We're listening to 3 radios. We want them to get there. We want them to get there safely. We're moving all kinds of things. I told one of my partners, if you don't care about the citizens of this city, then you don't belong here. I haven't run into anybody in the City of Mount Vernon Fire Department who does not care about the residents here. So we care not only as renters, because we have some skin in the game too, not only as homeowners, but our hearts are in this job. If your heart is not in this job, you can't do this job, period, point blank. Everybody, my colleagues are standing here because their heart is in this job. So I can go on about trauma calls we've responded to, the babies we saved, the lives we saved, the fires we battled and contained, the rescues we've made. But what is important is that we responded no matter what, no matter when our manning was 16 or no matter when our manning is the national standard minimum of 19. 16 is hazardous to this city. 19 at least is the national manning. And it impacts not only our residents, but the health of my colleagues. Okay, the president kind of touched on this space. Last year, when COVID raged through this city, right, we were in no way exempt. This city was not exempt, right? But from an FD perspective, let me tell you what happens. On a normal day, we work 24-hour tours. On a normal day, we handle between 25 and 30, we call them runs, whether medical or fire, right? On a single day, back in March 2020, we handled 47 COVID medical runs, not including fire, in a single day, right? Each medical call is 1 hour. We call it the golden hour. So that's 47 hours of just medical runs squished into a 24-hour shift. Don't try it at home, right? And then we broke our record. We had the audacity to break our record. I worked this day. I got put a little badge on my shoulder, 60 COVID medical runs in a 24-hour shift. I think I slept for 3 days afterwards. And you do that while moving fire engines around because they respond on some of these medical calls. And I tell you, you do not want to hear a COVID patient who has critical symptoms. The cough is a sound that you never forget. To this day, I still hear it, right? This poor woman called on her last breath, had the cough, and I kept her on the phone, and the phone went silent. She didn't make it, and our guys in our EMS have a response time, right? They got to get there in a certain period of time. They got there in that period of time. So we have to deal with the emotional impact of some of these calls that we make. It is draining on us, right? But we still get up and we come back to work. The audacity of not being provided the information that we need to make sure that not only we are healthy, but we're healthy enough to help you is just unconscionable to me. I really don't understand it. So you may not realize also that we represent other agencies in this city between the hours of 4:30 p.m. and 8:30 a.m. I'm trying to talk fast, okay? 4:30 p.m. and 8:30 a.m. Monday through Friday and all the weekend, right? Because at 4:30 p.m. everybody goes home. They don't come back till 8:30 a.m. So we field landlord-tenant calls, water main breaks, violations of the city COVID-19 protocols, sewer backups, water backups, no heat, no hot water, cat up a tree, baby car seat installation, home health aid needs calls. This is a sampling of what we do. So Mr. President mentioned that last year we took 11,000 calls. But from a telecommunicator's position, it's double that, because the calls he's talking about is what I call my VAS, right? This shows a 24-hour cycle. We don't get a break in 24 hours. Every hour has a line on it, right? So these are my colleagues' runs. It doesn't show the other calls that we take where we're calming down someone, where we have to go find someone from another agency to respond, or where we get a telephone alarm call and we have to go find the county legislator, because we know that's his house, to get him to come home so we don't have to break down his door. We do those kinds of things up at FAB and for our citizens. So in closing, this department is the least manned, underfunded, but the busiest outside of Yonkers in Westchester County, right? And with respect to runs, pound for pound, we are toe-to-toe with Yonkers. So if that isn't enough on this budget that's presented, the furlough discussions are demoralizing. To further extract possibly 6 hours without pay per pay period from us, when the city really doesn't have a minute to spare. You need all hands on deck, and especially now when the manning is down to 16. So I ask, my colleagues ask, if the fire department administration could revisit the budget if possible. The members are already making sacrifices. The residents are making sacrifices because the responses will be slower with less people and rigs out of service. Lives are at risk. The residents, mine, and my colleagues. And then finally, the controller is not exempt from this discussion. She must show us what she is doing or has done with the people's money. It's troubling that she doesn't seem to care about the lives of our residents, our families, our neighbors, our visitors, our business community, nor our business partners. So show us the money. We are out of Band-Aids. I have an empty box over there. We're out of Band-Aids. We are hardworking, dedicated city employees who are unfairly being penalized and demoralized by this inaction of our controllers. Show us the money. Lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Everett. And clearly I've allowed Ms. Everett to go a little over time, but it's never tiring for us to hear the incredible stories of the service of our firemen and women and all the work that you do. So I know, speaking on behalf of the council, we don't take it lightly at all. I've seen you guys do some incredible work, from lifting elevators to lifting cars off train tracks. That's not the question here. You guys do fabulous, amazing work, and we thank you for that. We're going to move forward. If there's nobody else that needs to speak from the firefighters, I'm going to ask you gentlemen to try to leave the room because we are well over capacity. I allowed you guys to speak first. If you don't have any other comments, I'm going to ask that at least half of you try to leave the room because we do have a lot of people and we are over our COVID restrictions. Respectfully, you are more than welcome to go to the memorial room if you'd like to stay, but we did that on purpose to try to get a number of you out of the room since we're over capacity, and we thank you. And again, if you could please just leave the room at this time. We're going to continue on with our speaking session. I'm going to ask that Andrea Ayers come forward.
Good evening. Can you hear me? So, this has been like the most stressful 3 years with this controller that I've seen, or close to 3. From the beginning, she started with the dereliction of duties by refusing revenue from departments, refusing federal grant money, refusing records of personnel changes, refusing court orders, refusing to provide financials, refusing to pay bills, refusing to pay employee benefits, refusing property taxes, refusing to meet with the administration to resolve issues, refusing to pay overtime, refusing to grant yearly step increases to employees. She continues to obstruct government administration. She violates all of our collective bargaining agreements. She violates labor laws. She violates civil service laws. She violates the charter. She violates the penal law. And now she's refusing to submit financials and input on the budget again. I have never seen it where the comptroller is not part of creating a budget. She is nothing short of criminal. And I have come to you guys. We've created legislation to try to get things in order. The state has come in and advised you guys of things to do. The mayor is doing everything that she can do to try to get some order, now we're down to layoffs. We're down to layoffs and furloughs for services that we are already short with. My union spreads across the city. We're the backbone of all the departments. So, affecting every department, I'm in tears. Like, listening to the firemen, listening to the cops, listening to DPW, we have been in tears for a week now. Grown men that are broken. You guys can't seem to find the answer to what needs to happen with the controller. We came up and spoke with the mayor, and she suggested a financial control board. That ball needs to start rolling. It doesn't tie our hands to a financial control board, but if we don't start the ball rolling, the ball will never roll. Something has to be done. We cannot continue to let her terrorize the city. And that's what's happening now. When I speak to people and they find out, they start hearing what's going on with the controller, she's not taking people's taxes. Right now in our evidence, we have revenue that's been generated in our department that she just refuses. The things that she is doing is disturbing to the entire city. She has us under arrest. So there is nothing more that you guys can do. So the responsible thing to do as the city council at this point would be to vote on a financial control board. It has to be done.
It doesn't tie your hands, but to get the ball rolling, that will only help. It will only move us to someplace that might be able to control her. So I'm imploring you guys tonight to please put that on the agenda and whatever resolution or whatever you need to do, we need to get that ball rolling. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. I figure we will just continue with the speakers list, and then we'll go into the hearing. Mr. Keller?
I thought I'd get 3 minutes and then the light goes on, give me another minute.
Mr. Keller, if you have prepared speech, just go ahead. I haven't been...
All right. Thomas Keller, 12 Pasadena Place, 10552. When I signed up a couple of days ago, I mentioned the topic was going to be the budget. But something else came up since then. And I expect to be back tomorrow night for the public hearing. We got 3 budgets here, the 1229, the layoffs, and the furloughs. Maybe somebody can explain to me why the layoffs and the furloughs, the second line, employee benefits, city debt, and miscellaneous items, get grossed up by $4 to $5 million. And then they get offset underneath with layoffs and furloughs. And then there's $2 million in fund balance on the layoffs and furloughs, but there's no $2 million on the 1229. But I'll get into that perhaps more tomorrow. Okay. Now, I don't know if it's incompetence. I don't know if it was a mistake. I don't know if it's a trick. And when I say trick, this is what I mean. Mr. Griffith, you were here 4 or 5 years ago when the library was spun off as a separate taxing district. And to help the library, the city appropriated $3 million for the fiscal year 14, 15, whatever it was. At the time, we didn't know whether the library was going to be on a July to June or a calendar year, school or city. And their budgets were 3.6, 3.8, in that range. What happens in May? They come and they have a $3.8 million budget. They get a free 1/4 of approximately $1 million. So the next year comes up, and I warned you people, I said, I don't want the next year's budget, and the numbers were 93 and 96 million, and you went to 101. I don't want you to figure it on 96, so it's a 5.2% increase. You should figure it on 93, the reverse, 8.6 versus 5.2, because that was a one-time thing. The library was going to raise their own taxes. A year goes by, and you did exactly the opposite of what and then after the budget was passed, you and the others, I don't know if Lisa was on the council then, none of you other 3 were. Oh, you agreed, sure, it should have been 93. And it would have been turned down because it was an 8.6% increase. All right, enough of that. Now, why would anybody ask a financial control board to come in and destroy local government? A control board comes in, ask Yonkers, it took them 30 or 40 years to get rid of it. Ask Nassau County, Erie County. Who wants a financial control board? Because, talk about independence and stigma, Jonathan Bandel's article in today's Journal News, it's worse than that. You're going to have to ask the control board to do this, to do that. And you people are going to be figureheads. And the controller and the mayor are going to be figureheads. You're going to ask them, any expenditure over a certain amount, you're going to ask. And they're not elected. We can vote you all out of office, but that's not going to do any good because you don't control the situation. Now, please, please, for the citizens of Mount Vernon, do not pass this resolution. It's horrible.
Mr. Keller, when you just try to,
Yeah. And as a practical matter, I'm not taking sides on this, okay? The controller is up for re-election this year. She may win, she may lose. If she loses, then she's not the controller come January of '22. If it was some other controller, I'm sure you wouldn't be doing this, or try to do this. So that's as a practical matter. And why would you want to ask the control board to come in when there's no audited statements? I'm on the budget committee of the school board, and the same auditors do the city and the school. A number of years ago, the partner said, look, we can do an audit of the city, excluding the IDA, excluding the Urban Renewal Agency, and I'm not sure about the water department. Maureen, I think, even wanted that. And we could have the audited statements out by May. Well, it was never done. And I'm sure you've appropriated money for the auditors. Why don't we have audited statements of more recent calendar years, fiscal years? That's the first thing that should be done before wanting a control board to come in. And these people, whether it's DiNapoli or Cuomo, they hire people. You're never going to get rid of them. Please do not put the citizens in this situation. No resolution for a control board.
thank you, Mr. Keller.
A terrible, terrible idea. Thank you.
Owen Billy? Is Mr. Billy here? Wayne Fletcher?
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Am I clear now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor, fellow citizens of Mount Vernon. My issue is with sewage, and I'm going to be very emotional right now talking about this. My name is Wayne Fletcher. I'm an engineer, and I live at 218 South 11th Avenue. Right now, my basement is full of sewage. Not figuratively, literally. My whole house stinks of sewage. My toilet and my sump are backed up. And my neighbors have it worse. My neighbor's basement is totally flooded with feces. My other neighbor's basement is flooded so badly it destroyed his boiler and he has no heat. From speaking to neighbors, I discovered this problem extended from 3rd Street to 14th Avenue. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Okay. I have called Public Works main number countless times over the past few weeks. Over and over, no one came out, despite saying they would. In desperation, I paid $200 to my plumber to run the snake from my sump to the main line in the road. The water levels temporarily lowered, but the next day it was back up again. Following months of days of being told someone would come out, no one coming, I reached out to the mayor's office. That evening, an employee of Mount Vernon Public Works visited me and explained that there was a crisis with the sewage levels, and because the department was not being paid to work after 3:30 p.m. and were being prevented by members of the council from procuring a pump vital to being able to lower water levels, people's homes were flooded.
Excuse me, Mr. Fletcher, I know you're reading that. Could you just go back to that sentence again? I just want to make sure I heard you clearly.
Okay. That evening, an employee of Mount Vernon Public Works visited me and explained that there was a crisis with the sewer levels, and because the department was not being paid to work after 3:30 p.m. and were being prevented by members of the council from procuring a pump vital to being able to lower water levels, people's homes were flooded.
Thank you. You can continue, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Who is withholding these vital resources? Who? Is it the comptroller? Who is she? I mean, how comes one person has so much power? You tell me in democracy. I mean, this is Hitleresque, isn't it? It is not acceptable for people to pass the buck. The buck stops with someone. This is socially unjust on multiple levels. Not just to the homeowners in the community, listen me carefully now, but to the hard-working city employees fielding abusive, angry calls, from me too, from residents, when the blame sits squarely on the shoulders of people in higher positions. So the small man is going out there working and getting cursed out, while people in positions sit down with their coward selves behind desks. It's a shame, isn't it? Then there's the public safety aspect. And this is where it hits me hard. Because from feces, you get viral infection, you get bacterial infection, and parasitic infection. And under that umbrella comes so many diseases. Leptospirosis is one, E. coli is one, and I can name 1,000. Too little time here. Imagine if every day your small children have a 4-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son, who your only goal was to keep safe, were exposed to the fumes and pathogens from feces, urine, and toilet waste in the place they are meant to be the safest, their home. Their home. Their home. Imagine paying $21,000 in property taxes, which is what I pay. Figure that out. Person in Rye lives so nice and they pay less. And I know that for a fact. In what is a first world country, where I'm from in Jamaica, I never see this happen. Only to be told by the public works that the sewage will rise again because officials in the council are denying them access to a pump they desperately required. Imagine being told that no one can work after 3:30 p.m., regardless of our homes filling up with backed up sewage from the public line. Public line. In desperation, I contacted the Federal Environment Agency today. The lady I spoke to said that she called Mount Vernon Public Works Department, and I quote, they said this: if they have a problem, which is us, the customer, the homeowner, with their sewage, they can call us and we will send someone out. Obviously, that is not the case, because after 3:30, everybody goes home. The working hour now is from 7:30 to 3:30 because of cutting overtime, I guess. No emergency work.
Time.
This is a public hazard. People are having to pump sewage out of their homes into the street. My neighbors and I need immediate relief. So far, I have called federal and state level environmental health agencies, and next I will call the CDC and every other environmental health agency who will listen to me. You can't expect us to live with other people's fecal matter in our house, and then you sit and pass the buck. Shameful. If the comptroller has really abandoned all her duties, this sounds like a criminal matter, and someone needs to do something. You can't take our tax money and leave us in squalor. You just can't do that. It's immoral, it's unethical. Finally, I need to know what will be done immediately, and I mean immediately, to resolve this issue. Under normal circumstances, I would think that Madam Mayor is here, the comptroller should be here too, because this should be a unity where we pick up different work and get them done. So you have one person with the money string sitting at home or wherever she is, not involved in this process. One of my neighbors, Ms. McNeil, had switched problem for many, many years, and she is still having it. 20 years. Spend months in a hotel, come back to her house, the same thing. She can't even sell it, switches all over. My other neighbor, Alex, he's a contractor, his whole basement is flooded. My neighbor who is a nurse on my right side, she says she doesn't know, she's leaving. She's gonna put a for sale sign up and run. I don't know why I'm staying. I guess it's because I'm a black man and I see where this place is run mostly by black people. And I have faith in my people still. But I must tell you, my fiancée is a Caucasian. And she keeps on telling me, let's go. Look at Mamaroneck, look at Pelham, look at Rye. And let me tell you, every time she said that, it cuts like a knife. It's like 1,000 cuts. People do better, please.
Thank you,
I have
Mr.
my
Fletcher.
kids in my house, and we can't breathe out here. I have enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. I did not say to the firemen as they were starting that at the end of the speaking session, we normally respond to all of the members. I'm not finished. Thank you. We usually respond to everybody. We have the whole council respond to everybody that has spoken. I did not mention that earlier. So I'm going to continue on with the list. Denise Williams. Is Denise Williams here? Thank you, Ms. Williams. And there's no calling out in the council meetings. Thank you.
Good evening, Denise Williams, 141 Archer Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York, 10455. This evening, I'd like...
Excuse me, Ms. Williams. Could there be no speaking when Mrs. Williams is up to speak? Ms. Williams, you could begin again if you so choose.
Okay, this evening, I'd like to discuss about the taxes. Miss Deborah Reynolds, I saw her on numerous times. I showed her paperwork where I paid my taxes, but they didn't go in. And on top of that, they charged me a late fee of like over $200. I went back and forth and back to her office, speaking to numerous people, and I said, where is this money? I show her statements, bank statements, paperwork, and they can't find the money yet. And the taxes is just raising. So who do I talk to? Who can help me out with that? She gave me a list of people to email. I emailed them, I called them. I came several times and she left the office and the office was closed. So I said, well, wait a minute, it's 3 o'clock. Wait a minute, it's 2:30. Wait a minute, it's not even 4:30 yet. The office is locked and closed. What do I do? I mean, with this COVID, my work stopped, slim. I can work for free. I can take her job, do my taxes. I cannot get any response, and the taxes are going up. The late fees are incurring up. So on that note, I don't know what to do in reference to my taxes. I definitely need help. On another note, as for please don't let the firemen, and please don't, deduct the hours. I had a fire in 2015. Now the firefighters, they were there right on time. Right across the street, I have a fire hose. So they plugged up the fire hose and there's no water there. So my house burnt down.
And I was out of my house for like 3 years. I moved to Eastchester, and Eastchester is like, you know, you call them, they're there like this. It's water, it's fire, it's everything. I love Mount Vernon. My mother lives with me. I've been here for over 20 years. I like to stay, but it's like pushing me out. So with the taxes, with the fees, with no water in the fire, and then you're reducing the budget for the cops, the firefighters, what are we to do? So that's about all that I want to say. But just please tell me, where can they find this money at that I spent and paid, that I have proof? I can't just keep paying. I don't have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Alexander Gutierrez.
Good evening. Basically, I live at 214 South 11th Avenue. I have the same situation as Mr. Fletcher, my neighbor. We've been having this situation at least on my street at least for 15 days. I've been calling personally over 3 times a day. All the time either I get no voicemail or I just don't get any answer. I haven't contacted anybody in the office for 15 days. That was 2 weeks ago. I have 2 pumps pulling water out of my basement. Dirty water. I have an asthmatic kid. My kids cannot be home anymore. So I'm wondering what is that we need to do so we can resolve this issue. I mean, I can't even speak because that's how furious I am. And with this tax, it's so high, and we can't even get a sewer clean. They just don't show up. Nobody calls. It's like nobody cares anymore. I don't know what's going on. I've been in Mount Vernon for 10 years already, and this is like ridiculous already. So please, let's look into it. Let's try to resolve this small issue. This is something simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Vallone? Mr. Vallone? I think he left. Hope Marable? Mrs. Williams? Will you do me a favor, please, and call the clerk's office and ask for my phone number? I'd like to call you back tomorrow as to what result. I know you must have to go, but I would like to call you, so if you can call the clerk's office and leave your number for me. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Marable.
Good evening. My name is Hope. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Hope Marable, 2 Fisher Drive, 10552. A few things I just wanted to ask about. Now, in regard to the audit that was performed by the State Controller's Office, were they not able to reveal or to give us some idea as to what the financial status is? I mean, is that information that they uncovered during the audit? And I'm asking because I just don't know. I mean, what was the end result of that? Were they able to give us any information? Also, let's see. It says I read an article today in LoHUD that says we have 39 bank accounts. And so I would imagine that those 39 bank accounts would be acquiring interest. So is that being taken into account also? How much interest is growing on the accounts? Let's see. And I know that there's been a lot of talk lately, well, not a whole lot, but a little bit of talk lately about the dam at Lake Isle, and how it could affect us. but I believe a far more pressing issue here for us in Mount Vernon is absolutely the sewage crisis. And I came here a couple of months ago and I spoke about an article that I had seen on News One, and it was speaking about the dead birds coming up on the shore, and they basically were blaming everything on Mount Vernon. One thing I wanted to ask was this: is that really, really our fault, as they claimed in the article? Or are we being blamed for something that's not totally our fault? I mean, from what I understand, our issue has to do with the storm sewers, okay? And whatever comes from that. But I want to know, is Mount Vernon really to blame for this? Or is it like a problem, in Westchester County in general? Also, I think that was it. Sorry. I don't know, it just seems to me like the ball is being dropped in regard to the sewage crisis. I'm seeing where it's in September 2020, United States obtains court order requiring City of Mount Vernon to address polluting storm sewers. Following defiance of two EPA administrative orders, the City of Mount Vernon is now subject to a permanent injunction to remedy discharges of raw sewage and other illicit pollutants from its storm sewers into the Hutchinson and Bronx rivers. So I just want to be clear, are we dropping the ball? Because I know we were discussing, I know that it was being discussed quite often at some time, and now you're just hardly ever hearing anything about it. And as you can see, a lot of members of our community are suffering emotional distress over this. It's a lot. So I just wanted to touch on that. And like I said, could you please let me know what it is that's going on with the controller's office? Is it true that we're just like totally clueless as to what's in the accounts? I mean, after an audit was done, don't we have some sort of a clue about something? And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see the DPW commissioner here. Are you at liberty to talk about what's going on 11th Avenue with the... I understand. So, Commissioner Bush, did you want to speak to that, please? Well, I don't want the residents to leave if they haven't heard from you, and it sounds like it's a serious incident, so... And we do have legislation on. It's okay.
Good evening, Damani Bush, DPW Commissioner. So I've heard all you guys' concerns about the sewers. I personally know a few of you as well. First off, I want to say that this sewer problem has been going on in Mount Vernon for probably longer than I've been alive. Over the past 6 months, I really dug into it with my team. My actual sewer foreman is actually here right now, and we've been investigating our entire network throughout the city. Yes, we have a lot of problems. There are a lot of issues going on right now. We have been complying with the EPA. As of today, we have completed 6 of the priority items that they have in the consent order. Unfortunately, as we dive in and uncover these problems, it costs money. So over the past few months, I've been trying to get our main sewer contractor paid. Right now, our sewer contractor is owed $176,000. He hasn't been paid in over 5 months. I've been attempting to speak with the controller to try to get him paid, to no avail. She has not paid him as of yet. So without the bills being paid, it's kind of hard to get the work done. But what I did do was think outside of the box, and I spoke with my sewer foreman right now, and on the agenda tonight, we have a temporary bypass solution which will alleviate the problem on 3rd Street. So hopefully we can get this resolution passed tonight. Hopefully the controller pays the vendor so we can actually get this pump, and we'll have a temporary bypass pump installed in that area, which will enable us to investigate the network even further to determine the cause and the actual problem over there. As of right now, we know that it's a 80-year-old pipe, which is 100 feet deep on 3rd Street. It's a borehole situation, so it's very complicated. We have to reach out to our state and federal authorities as well to get some assistance on it. So we're doing everything that we can, and hopefully we can get this situation rectified.
3rd Street and 11th?
It's on 3rd Street between 7th Avenue to 11th Avenue. So that entire area right now,
It's 100 feet deep?
100 feet deep.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask for the council to abbreviate their responses, please, since we do have a public hearing. I apologize to the public hearing folks. We did shift the schedule around. I wanted to get a lot of the firefighters out of the room so we can have clearer air in COVID. So we took a little bit of leeway to get that done. If I can ask the council members to speak briefly so we can get on with our hearing. I'd like to begin with Councilwoman Janice. I would like to begin.
You're not going to violate my rights you're not going to violate my constitutional rights because for you and me it's personal. I signed up to speak, sir, and I will speak, or you will. Right now.
What is your name,
Do you
ma'am?
understand me, sir?
Your name
Do
is not
you
on the list.
understand me? When I sign up to speak, you cannot violate my constitutional rights because for you everything is personal. Do you understand me, sir?
Mr. Clerk, is there an officer here?
You can't have an officer remove
I'm
my
asking.
constitutional right to speak. I signed up to speak, and you won't call me.
Your name's
I have
not
a
on the
right.
list.
I have a right, sir.
Your name is not on
I
the
have
list.
a right. I have a right, sir. I have a right. Kim Thomas signed me up. That's who signed me up to speak.
We'll wait.
You know that, and I know that. And when I mention it, you... Now, if you're telling me that you're going to violate my constitutional rights, then I will leave. But you don't have the right to tell me to sit down because it's personal. Be a man, be a council person, represent the city, and stop taking everything personal. Stop taking everything personal. You work for us. We don't work for you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You are confused.
Your name is not
I
on the
am here
list.
to speak, and you will be quiet.
So you've spoken for a minute. You have 2 minutes left.
You will be quiet.
You have 2 minutes left.
No, the time hasn't stopped, because I'm reclaiming my time.
You're not
It
speaking?
stops when I say so. Let's
Okay,
just start now.
you're not in charge. I just want you to know.
You work for the people, baby. We don't work for you. I am. Don't worry about it. I will.
You're out of control.
No, I'm not out of control.
Yeah,
Everything with you is personal.
What's personal with you? Come on, really? Go on, speak.
Thank you. Moving forward. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilwoman Coburn. When I called BTW, and there's dumping and trash going on 3rd, and I asked for certain council members to come forward to get things up. Sometimes it takes 3 hours, sometimes it takes 5 days, sometimes it takes 2 weeks. I want to thank you, Councilwoman, for pushing the button and having people come and pick up those tires, the dirt, and the food that attracts all the mice. I want to also move on to say that, Councilmember Griffin, you said that the South Side was filthy and it was dirty on Christmas Eve, and what I want you to say is, we don't live in a dirty, filthy South Side. Stop talking, I'm talking.
You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say that. I don't know what you're talking about.
We're moving forward. What I'm saying is the South Side is not dirty. Maybe there's different situations where certain people don't pick up, or maybe there's neglect, or maybe we're not treated the way people are treated in Fleetwood. But it's not filthy and it's not dirty.
What do you?
And then moving forward, I said stop talking. Then moving forward, what I also wanted to say was that sewer that's in my building, and that make-believe boilers in my building has been like that for over 4 years. Over 4 years. I'm coming up here and everybody's throwing the controller under the bus, and I don't know her personally, but everything that's been going on as far as these sewers is 20 years. She's been in office before. So the thing is, where's the money? All this corruption. The AG gave us $9 million for the foreclosures, for the zombie houses. I'm asking, and I go to fill out a FOIA to find out where's all the money. Where's the CARES Act money? Where's the $9 million? Where's the money that the city has gotten from the state and the federal government? How come there's no trace of it? How come we can't see exactly where it is and how it was spent? And I have a right to come before this body and ask that question. Every right. And I have a right to complain about not having any heat and hot water for the last 4 years. I have that right. And you don't have to like it. And I also have a right to call out slumlords Councilman Griffin, when it's necessary. So moving forward, Thompson, I've been waiting, I don't know what's going on. I don't want to get the Environmental Protection Act involved because everybody seems to be doing that. I love my city. There's no sense in bringing people in when I think ideally we can get together, or you all can collectively get together, because you come to the table with a wealth of expertise and try to figure this out. Because it doesn't make sense to sue every damn body every 8 months over things that you can figure out. $59 million worth of hires, roll it back. Roll it back. Can't hire people if you don't have money. You can't hire people if you don't have safe trucks. How are you going to hire people that have safe trucks? How are you going to hire people that have a safe city? It's kind of like spinning beyond your means. In the meantime, when people like myself and others come up here with troublemakers, we got issues, we got problems, because you don't want to face the fact that you dropped the ball to service your own selves.
Time.
Some of you, not all of you.
Time.
Some of you. More important than you, sir, I would hope that the good people of Mount Vernon think twice before allowing you to be our controller. Because as far as I'm concerned, you are one of the biggest problems of this city, sir. I respectfully yield.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, when you need to speak before the council on Wednesday nights, the requirement is for you to call before 3 p.m., put your name on the list, and then I will call your name. We also ask that you say what your address is or your affiliation with the city, and also what you're coming to speak about. And that's the usual rules that we have for the city of Mount Vernon for the public speaking night. After everybody speaks, we ask for the council to respond. Gentlemen? Gentlemen? Wow. So at this time, I'll ask for Councilwoman Janice Duarte to respond to the members here tonight. We do have a budget hearing tomorrow for the Board of Estimate and Contract. So if you want to come back out and speak about the budget tomorrow night, you can do so. Thank you. 7 p.m. All of our hearings are at 7 p.m. right here in the council chambers, yes. That is a budget hearing for the Board of Estimate and Contract. Soon after there, the city council will have its own budget hearing as well to pass the budget, to push the budget forward. Councilwoman Duarte?
Thank you, Council President. Good evening to everyone, to all the community members, to our employees here, our commissioners, all of our firefighters who were here earlier. Thank you for coming and speaking to the council this evening. In a nutshell, with regards to all of the comments the firefighters made earlier regarding the budget, it is a very challenging time, especially when we are challenged with a breakdown in the communication and not having all of the financial information we need. I think we're all committed here to explore as many options, both thinking inside and outside of the box, to expand and mitigate any deficiencies in the budget. I know for myself, I have had conversations with the mayor, discussing other alternatives, discussing other revenue options, all possible ways that we could possibly plug the budget gaps that we have this year so that we can avoid the furlough, avoid a layoff, avoid any semblance of further sacrifice beyond the service that they perform, that all of their employees perform for the city. So with that said, I thank everyone on our front lines, from fire, police, DPW, and all of our support staff for their service to the city. It is greatly appreciated, and I'm sure at times feels underappreciated, but it is greatly appreciated. So I want to respect the time. I will address specifically matters that pertain to my committee, which covers DPW, to Mr. Fletcher, to Mr. Gutierrez. I am troubled and sorry that you are suffering through this sewage backup. it is certainly, okay. I will simply state, sir, on your way out, that there are a number of legislations that we have adopted to fund various resources for DPW, from equipment to overtime, and the comptroller has yet to execute on any of those. We continue to follow up with her, and that is our biggest challenge. Tonight, we have further legislation to purchase the sewer pump bypass that's necessary in order to alleviate the current sewage situation at 3rd Street and between 7th and 13th Avenues. And I will just, I'm sure the others will address the other comments, so I'm just going to conclude my comments there. I am available for further discussion between the public hearing session and the legislative session, or at a later time. So thank you, President. I will conclude my remarks there.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Copeland?
Thank you, Mr. President. This budget is very challenging. I can say without without a doubt that none of the council people want to cut any firefighters, any police, anybody, because Mount Vernon is a city that, listen, all the positions that we've had in the past, we don't even have currently. So to let go anyone else, it doesn't really make any sense to me. So I believe we're going to do everything in our power to not to cut those vital services, because it will cripple our city. We're well aware of that. We live here too. We talk to you. We hear you. We see you, and it's just a very difficult time in the city financially. And with all the legislation and the things that we've done, it's very frustrating for us, because you pass stuff and it's not enforced, or and as we know, we don't want to keep going back to court, and you don't want us to keep going back to court. I mean, that's just, it's the same money. I mean, so we're doing everything in our power to make this the best budget possible for the residents here of our city. With regard, I think she left, but the audited...
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I lost my track. Oh, with regard to, someone asked about the audited statement. The only audited year was 2016. And as far as I know, the auditors are still here working in the city. They haven't left. They're still working in the Department of Finance. What else did I want to say? And they had left, but with regard to the AG, we received, when Eric Schneiderman was Attorney General, he gave us $500,000 to work on what do we call those properties?
Zombie?
Zombie home. The term is zombie, but it's not really zombie. It's homes that look bad in communities to rehab those. And I think we've diagrammed the whole city with where they are and what they need to do. So we did use those funds. What else? Oh, I can respond that, like Councilwoman Duarte said, we have legislation on, that's her committee, but we have legislation on to repair the sewer, to fix it.
Excuse me.
No, I understand, it's not really a
Excuse me.
vacuum.
At this time, there's no back and forth. The speakers from the audience had time to speak. This is the time for council to speak, so this is...
With all due respect, my apologies, but just understand we have issues in our business. Apologies for the emotion behind it.
We understand that, but we have...
Understand that, my apologies.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear. I don't mean to be disrespectful at all to that. We do have legislation on for tonight. We are not personally going to go out and fix it. The council will do the legislation to get it. So if I may, ma'am, please, I'm trying to explain. The council will do the legislation that we need to do. DPW commissioner is here. Emergency response was here. We want them to get this fixed. This is horrible what's happening to you. Mrs. McNeil, I can't believe Mrs. McNeil still has sewer in her basement after all of these years that we've worked on it. And we know about this. And we've funded for it. And we've passed legislation for it. And we want it fixed. But we have an issue with our controller where she's not paying the bills. And that's just the straight facts. And it's unheard of. It's unheard of. So what I would like to do, ma'am, please, is to let the council respond, because I graciously asked the hearing that we should have had first be postponed. So we need to continue on with our process so that the folks that are here for the hearing can do that. And if you need to speak, I ask you then to step outside to speak to DPW Commissioner, who can do his best to get what he needs to get done, and I guarantee you, we will pass the legislation tonight, because we got the legislation, it's written up, it's very clear that this is a serious issue. So I know you're frustrated, I understand, but we have to continue with our process tonight. Councilwoman Copeland, please.
I'm finished.
Thank you.
That concludes our remarks.
And even though Councilwoman Farquharson, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you perfectly. Is it my turn?
Would you like to comment tonight? I know you're not here in presence, but you are up on the screen. Please do.
Yes, please. I would like to comment. So, good evening to everyone, and I'll be brief, Council President. I agree with what Councilwoman Copeland just said. The fact is, we don't want to see anybody off. We're in very dire straits financially because revenues have not been realized and the financials are not readily available. And even if we knew for sure that the $2 million that is indicated in the budget proposed is available, I don't think that would alleviate all the problems we're facing from a budget perspective. So the fact that we are at this difficult juncture is no judgment on the value of public safety and public works to this community. It is not a value statement. It is just we're facing a financially difficult time. So I hope that we will be able to find a resolve that will minimize, if not prevent layoffs, but we are in a very difficult state financially. Let me just say that I'm so sorry that Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Fletcher left. We know that we've had trouble with our sewers. The immediate problem that they're having, they said, has been in existence for the past 15 days. We found out, well, I found out about it today via the letter that was shared by Councilwoman Duarte. Can you hear me?
Please no speaking in the room, Mr. Ferrandino. We could hardly hear.
Yeah. So I found out today via the letter that was shared by Councilwoman Duarte that we needed to purchase this pump. And now we're finding out that folks have been living with this situation for the last 15 days, and that they are frustrated because they have not been able to communicate readily with DPW. But I am troubled that the statement Mr. Fletcher made was that he said that officials in the city council are denying access to a pump. Now, I don't know where he would have gotten that idea, but that anybody should say that the city council or city council members, because that's what he said, some city council members are denying access to a pump. That's an unmitigated lie and should not be spread in the community. The fact is the city council was informed about this problem today, and even if we pass this legislation today, how long is it going to take us to purchase the pump? Are we even going to get the cooperation of the controller to get that purchase executed? So my question to Councilwoman Duarte was whether or not we could get a pump to borrow from the county or through some mutual aid, so the response can be immediate. Because my question was, is there sewer backup today, right now? And she said yes. So we need to address this problem immediately. This is an urgent problem, as shared by Mr. Fletcher, because it's affecting every aspect of it. And so I think that anybody who's putting it out there that council people are impeding the work of DPW is disingenuous and dishonest. And I just want to say that I have been contacted by members of DPW who have asked that we look into waste, fraud, and abuse in that department.
They're saying that because of the relationships of some people with the mayor, that there is, that there are things happening that's placing the finances at greater risk. And so I just want us to be really honest when we talk about this. And, it is disingenuous again to go about calling the name of particular council members, Julia Parkinson, to say that it's my fault why things are not getting done. That is a lie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Farquharson. Councilman Thompson?
Hey, good evening, everyone. I just want to address everyone as a whole. I first like to address the sewage issue. It is unacceptable for any one of us to have to live in those kind of conditions. It's deplorable and it's unacceptable, and it must be fixed immediately. But we also need to have the funds to do so, and the funds readily available. This is not the first instance that we had something like this, because last year it happened on Mount Vernon Avenue. And we voted to get that fixed. And, I don't know what the councilwoman just spoke about, but she voted against that. So it's just bothersome to me. I just finished my first year as a council person to see us we don't have to like each other, but we must work together to do what's best for this city. It is disgusting for any of us to hold our city back because we don't like one another or we can't come to some agreement. Our common ground is to always be what's best for Mount Vernon. And if you can't do what's best for Mount Vernon, either you need to resign from your seat, or when it comes June 22nd, 2022, which will be on a Tuesday, it is time for us to vote. And that's across the board. That's council, comptroller, everything. We have to put people in position that really care about our community. I am born and raised here, and it is disgusting that we continually see our city go down just because relationships are horrible. And excuse my language, but I don't give a damn about anyone's feelings when it comes to this city. You have to do what's right by this city or get out of the way. Because our taxpayers are paying the highest taxes in the county, and we're not getting the services we need. It is disgusting. And it infuriates me to say that we're going to take the course of possible layoffs and possible furloughs. And you mean to tell me that we'll get less services but an increase in our taxes yet again? It is disgusting. And half of us don't mind our taxes going up as long as we get the services we need. We're still driving over potholes because our comptroller refuses to release money. This is disgusting. It is true. So the thing is, until our comptroller releases the money that needs to be released so we can get things done in this community, we're going to constantly engage these kind of problems. Our comptroller's office should be totally transparent. You should be able to walk in that office and see your bottom line at any given day. It's disgusting that we have commissioners who can't even see what their bottom line looks like because the comptroller refuses to release it. And the sad thing is the state wants to help, but the state also says that we have to be moved to these positions because these are elected officials. These are not appointed positions. When you look at these officials, we are elected officials. Elected officials. So we have to be careful who we place in position to oversee our city. It is just unacceptable. And the word for this year and going forward is accountability. We have to start holding each elected official accountable for what goes on in our city. And if they're not doing right by us, it's time that we vote them out. No matter what position they hold. If you're not going to do what's right, it's time for you to go. So just like we told Trump, it's time for others to pack their things. But the ball in our court. So we got to do what's right by our city. When it comes to our budget, you know, it's a rock and a hard place because we're still waiting for factual numbers, right? You got to have factual numbers so you can pass a sound budget. But right now, for the last couple of years, all the budgets that have been passed were passed in the darks of some sort. Because you can't just say, I'm gonna put $15,000 here and your bank account only has $10. You gotta be able to see your bottom line. So there is still work to do. I am very passionate about this. And like I said, I drive in and throughout our city every single night to see what's needed. So if you want to write this number down, if you have any other issues, my office number downstairs is 914-840-4024, and I'll make sure that our problems are placed in the right hands. And certain things I'll try to get it done myself, but the council persons up here, we're doing the very best we can with the resources that we have. But these problems did not happen overnight, so they won't be fixed overnight. It's a process. There's several things in our household where we say we want them fixed, we go to the store, we get what we need, and we fix it. However, when it comes to city government, you have to follow protocol. It's a process to get it done so it can be done appropriately. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm just looking to get some resolve on all of these issues that have plagued our city for decades. Once again, decades. This just didn't happen under this administration. This has been going on for decades, and it's time for us to work together because people don't want to hear what happened yesteryear. They want to hear what we're doing now. And yes, people have dropped the ball before, but what are we putting in place now for the city of Mount Vernon going forward? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Thompson.
914-840-4024. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I want to thank our firefighters for coming in tonight. We do have a very tight budget where we don't have actuals to be able to really know how much is in our fund balance to be able to bring our budget down to numbers that are acceptable for tax levy increases. The mayor's office was able to find that our health care cost number was about $3 million more than we anticipated it to be, or we thought it was. And that's what threw us into a $3 million hole, which started the whole process of looking into layoffs or furloughs. So, of course, the firefighters tonight in force came out to really show that, hey, they're needed. We know that they're needed. We know that they do absolutely outstanding work, and we appreciate them. And I thought it was only right to get them to go first so that they can make their way home because they spend a lot of hours on the job here. But we shouldn't just think that it's just the firefighters. We also know that our police officers are also looking at this, and our CSEA union, which pretty much encompasses all the other City Hall staff that are at this as well. The furloughs that were proposed by the mayor was not just for certain unions, it was for everybody, top to bottom, mayor, council, cleaning lady, right? So everybody is looking for ways to find money, but our reality is that it's the controller that's not providing the finances that we need to see in order to make the decisions that we need to make. So this council has worked with the mayor's office to get that information. If we had that information, we could make much better decisions. We have 39 bank accounts, and the mayor only knows the balances in 3. And she showed us this morning that in those 3 bank accounts, there's only $600,000. Our payroll for one day is $200,000, so if we were to only rely on those 3 accounts, we would pretty much have 3 days' worth of salaries. So that's the kind of crisis that we're in, and we've worked to put a budget together, because if we were to lay off certain firemen or certain police or certain CSEA members, that would be a crisis as well, because we know everybody in Mount Vernon knows one another, is related to one another, has kids with one another, that sort of thing, so it never really works. So we're trying to find a resolve, but the real resolve is that the controller has to come up and provide some financials and some information so we can all look at that, and this body can work together, and the mayor's office can work together so we can decide what the best approach is for the finances of the city, and we don't know that. To the point where the mayor is asking for the state to come in and take it over. She's at wit's end, and this is her 2nd year. She's gone through COVID. We've worked with her. She's at wit's end. Because how can you run a city without knowing how much money you have? How can you go to the supermarket and you're walking around the aisles and you don't know how much is in your wallet, and you're just putting stuff in the cart, and now you're up to the register and you don't know what to do? That's the situation that we're in. So we thank the firefighters for coming out. We don't want anybody to be laid off. We don't want furloughs for any of our staff, but that's what we're looking at when we don't have the information. Just going down the list real quick, clearly, the biggest surprise that this council had was this sewer issue. Mrs. McNeil, I want to come and talk to you after this meeting. If not, I want to call you. It is unbelievable that you still have a sewer issue down by you. I thought that was resolved. That is just unheard of. So thank you for coming out tonight. We need to talk, because we need to figure out what we can do to resolve that. Our DPW commissioner is graciously here. You guys spoke good. Let's see what else we can do. If you need help from the council, please let us know. I don't know the young lady that was here. We want to be able to... Is that your door? Oh, okay, good. We need to talk, right? Because we're not trying to pass the buck at all. We want this fixed. We want it fixed. Horrific. Horrific. Mr. Gutierrez, is it? Thank you for staying. Councilwoman Farquharson, he is still here. We feel for you. Whatever we can do, we're going to try to do. I hope you spoke to our DPW commissioner. We have a great commissioner. He has a great team. He's doing the best he can. But 100 feet down is critical, is seriously an issue that Mount Vernon can't do on its own. 100 feet down, that's unbelievable to me. So we need to talk about what we can do to help that. And I believe this council is going to pass whatever recommendation the DPW commissioner has put before us tonight. I'm almost certain of that, almost certain. So I'm going to leave the list from here. We do have a budget hearing tomorrow, which is the Board of Estimate budget hearing. I'm sure that's going to be a hefty discussion. The council gets to vote after the Board of Estimate votes. I sit on the Board of Estimate as the City Council President. I'm going to listen to my council members and figure out what we're going to do, whether we go a furlough route, if we guesstimate what fund balance we may have or may not have. I don't know what's going to happen, but every day is a moving thing. We're trying to do the best we can. That's just the reality of it. I wish we knew more. So at this time, I think we need a break. At least I need a little stretch. Maybe quickly we can discuss with people in the audience what we need, but we're going to come back within 5 minutes, and then we have to start this public hearing that we have for MX1. You're more than welcome to stay. Can we take a quick 5-minute break? If you are leaving tonight, speak to your council members, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Council President.
I know. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I understand how this works. So at this time, we've called the meeting. We're going to begin with our public speakers. Do we do, we need a roll call because it is an official meeting. So, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Copeland?
Here.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Here.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Here.
Councilman Thompson? Here. Council President Griffith?
Here.
Thank you.
So we have a full complement of the council. As you know, Councilwoman Farquharson is on Zoom line. Just for the record, Mr. Clerk, will you please read the call of the meeting again for this hearing?
Yes, sir.
But we're going to do the call of the meeting first, and then we'll go into the presentation.
There's a public hearing at the City Council chambers tonight, Wednesday, January 27th, and the purpose of the public hearing is to accept final generic environmental impact statement, or FGEIS, on the proposed MX1 commercial corridor zoning district. The public hearing was so noticed and re-advertised for tonight's meeting on January 21st, 2021 in the Journal News. It was originally advertised for its original intended date on January 13th, and the advertisement dates were in the Journal News on December 22nd, December 26th, and December 30th, 2020.
Does that conclude the call of the meeting, sir?
I'm sorry, sir. It does conclude the call of the meeting, sir. Thank you.
All right, then we're going to have a quick presentation. We have some slides that we're going to present. Are you ready for that, Mr. Clerk? And on the line, we have Michael Zarin, our land use attorney, that will present these slides.
All right, good evening, everyone. And I will try to make this brief. For those of you that are not familiar with the proposed MX1 commercial corridor zoning district, we have a couple of slides just to run through to review some of the essential points. After that, the City Council will take public comment on them, and then I can assure you that the Council will go back and consider and factor those comments into their final consideration of this zoning. So, Mr. Clark, please. So this is the location of the zoning area, the MX1. It's approximately 66 lots, and it consists of approximately 17 acres from Fulton to Columbus, and as you can see. So this is an area that has undergone extensive review over time. So the policy objectives has been an ambitious one. This was to create and encourage a mixed-use development along this pedestrian-oriented corridor, including cultural, office, commercial uses, ground level, to try to place buildings located near sidewalks, i.e. try to activate the street level, to try to reduce auto dependency in this area, create a walkable and sustainable area, a vibrant corridor, revitalize the area, increase the housing stock, promote economic development, try to redevelop a lot of the vacant, underutilized properties in this area, and stabilize the tax base. Right? As I mentioned, MX1 has a long history, and I think we're getting too close to the finish line. It started in, really in 2011 with the draft comprehensive plan that was then studied and developed in 2014, 2015. The environmental review was commenced and a draft zoning proposal was presented by the council. 2015, the council declared itself lead agency and adopted what's called a positive declaration, meaning that the council would be the lead agency for a comprehensive review and analysis and study of the many potential environmental impacts that this proposed zoning would have. That included then in 2015 adoption of a scope, that's the methodology. In 2016, the council accepted what's called the draft generic environmental impact statement. And there was public hearings and public comment on that. And then there was a fairly, lengthy hiatus between 2016, 2019, when a draft final generic environmental impact statement was reintroduced. That is approximately the time that we came on board as special counsel for the Special Land Use Council, City Council, and Pat Cleary and Associates. Prior to this date, Ferrandino and Associates had been working on it. We continued to consult with them, but at this point, we worked primarily on the FGIS, which was also, and the zoning was revised, and then a final generic environmental impact statement was accepted as complete, finally in November 24th, 2020, and this public hearing was scheduled. So, long history, almost 6 years, and we're getting close. So, these are the permitted uses. It's, again, encourage mixed-use development, retail, office, cultural, residential, and non-residential, and a whole array of different, as you can see, cultural and other destination and community resources, and then there are some what they call special permit uses included. Clerk? Now this is a mixed sort of hybrid zoning. What I mean by that is, while there are specific criteria, it's also form-based in the sense that a lot of time and effort went into design and what it would look like, and trying to dictate in the zoning sort of general parameters, and then allow for the flexibility of development, but having certain design criteria. So you can see LEED certification, setbacks, different coverage for different tiers, bicycle and pedestrians, enhanced site design, architectural, and ultimately the recommendation to the council was to cap the maximum stories at 8 stories, which you can obtain with certain bonuses. So there was also parking requirements that were based on the proximities to Metro North and to walking to the train station and the availability of public parking in the vicinity. And these went through a significant amount of review and discussion and revision, trying to create sufficient parking as part of the development, taking advantage of the available public parking, and trying to also encourage the walking as proximity to train station, transit-oriented development. So, as I mentioned before, to get to an 8-story, there's a number of density bonuses that a developer can obtain. That this happens to be a model, density bonuses and incentives that's utilized in many of the sort of progressive planning and municipalities. So you get bonuses you can get for public open space amenities or preserving buildings' historic value, or infrastructure improvements, which I obviously heard a lot of this earlier, creating off-site parking facilities, financing neighborhood plans and additional zoning, financing low-interest home repair loans, and there's different bonuses and different heights depending on what part of the block you're in. The intersections have higher heights. As you move in close into the middle of the blocks, there's a little less height. So these are just some general simulations. Again, we produced a voluminous environmental impact statement, both a draft and then a final, that responded to all the comments from the draft environmental impact statement. So there's many more additional analyses and simulations and others, but for the purposes of this slide, we just wanted to give you a sense of, again, what a hypothetical, at least from the air, aerial might look like along 3rd Street. And again, maybe a little bit more in before and after simulation here. And again, just on the ground view versus the aerial. So these were some of the changes from, what I just mentioned. It goes back to almost 2016 from the draft environmental impact statement, going from what was a maximum then of 12 to 8 stories, including the bonus. And emphasis on a certain percentage of market rate units. Again, encouraging and allowing the planning board to require pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. We wanted to give the planning board some flexibility, again, in this, to try to utilize municipal parking if it's within a certain proximity to a particular development, adding 2 new density bonuses, again, to try to encourage neighborhood planning and the low-interest local home repair loans, and to expand some of the community-oriented permitted uses, experimental retail, youth-oriented recreation. These were included specifically in response to public comments and feedback that was obtained in response to the prior draft generic environmental impact statement. Finally, I should say just before public comment is taken, the purpose of a generic impact statement is to try to create a sort of overall plan and approval and rezoning. But as each project comes online, it will then have to go through its individual site plan approval with the planning board, and we'll have additional public input, an opportunity for public comment and design and alike, so long as it conforms with the design standards, the general design standards, and much of the criteria that I just described. So this is a process that what's before the council is the rezoning, and as individual projects come online, they will go through their own individual site plan review with the planning board and the ARB and other agencies. So that's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Zarin. Mr. Clerk, do we have any correspondence that might have come in from the public that needs to be read?
None, sir.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to ask for speakers that are in favor of the MX1 zone. If you want to speak, please come forward to the mic. We're going to ask you to speak for 3 to 4 minutes. If you do have a prepared speech, we may allow that to go a little bit over. If not, I will try to cut you off in case you're just rambling about anything. How are you? Just name and address for the record, please, and you're welcome to speak.
My name is Cheryl Crawford, 113 North 10th Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York. Good evening, Council. For the past 10 years, I've been hearing about this project that would be able to revitalize the 3rd Street area of our community. I've been a lifelong resident in Mount Vernon. Since 1989, I've lived here, and it's now 2021. I've watched my community go through different developmental stages. I also have a team of young people, millennials, who would like to live in Mount Vernon and would like to enjoy a development as such. They don't want to move to Connecticut. They want to enjoy all the abilities that's here for them, knowing that they're born here, they've educated themselves here. And to know that this opportunity I've come across our 3rd Street area, not only that building, but maybe others that might be in the vision of other visionaries, it's time for us to uplift our community. It's time for us to get involved. It's time for us to support projects like this, which will uprise our community and bring in tax revenues and make market rate apartments for our young people who are here and want to stay in Mount Vernon. I believe it's time for us to get this moving. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak in favor of the MX1 zone application? Is there anybody else that wants to speak in favor? We know that this is a very long process, and we've heard from speakers before, but I'm going to ask for the last time. Is anybody else here that wants to speak in favor? Is there anybody here that wants to speak against?
Yes.
Is there anybody here that wants to speak against
Yes.
MX1 zone? We have one person coming. I think I hear somebody on Zoom. If you will hold up on Zoom, we will begin with the person. No, Mr. Keller, you can go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, I haven't been involved in this. I heard something a few years ago. There's only so much you can do. That corridor, and if it's from the gazebo, South Fulton, down to Route 22, South Columbus, I assume that's the 17 acres that he's talking about. And when I saw the before and after, how many buildings are we talking about? 10 or 15 buildings of 8 stories? How many units? How many kids gonna go to our schools? What about the laundromats and the gas stations and the automobile repair facilities? My mechanic is a little outside the zone. He's at Union 3rd. But does anybody have answers to this? I don't want to displace small business. They're the ones that create jobs, and there's a lot of places in Mount Vernon that are in worse shape and are available for development than this corridor. There are businesses that pay taxes, that employ people. You know, they did that up in Eastchester by Brook Road. They did this redevelopment for housing, and they put out, I don't know how many people out of business. It was automobile repair. There's like 1 or 2 left. I'm against it until I know more. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Holmes, was there somebody on Zoom that would like to speak?
I would like to.
Ms. Marlene Wertheim, you're next. Thank you, ma'am.
Do I speak next?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Excuse me, could you just sit down for a second because we want to look at the screen behind and then we'll call you up, sir.
Go ahead, Marlene. Okay, thank you. Thank you. This is a very difficult night. There are nights when I lay awake having discussions between me and the Mount Vernon powers that be concerning the status of development in this city, where I've resided for over 30 years and care so much about. You're putting forth a big change, and I'm wondering about the viability right now of such an ambitious proposal. There is no comprehensive plan. None of our relevant departments are up to the task of development. We do not have a fully staffed planning department with a permanent commissioner and full complement of planning administrators. The building department provides little effective enforcement. We're already understaffed, and the new budget under review is considering significant across-the-board layoffs. Then today's Journal News reports that our mayor is asking the city council to formally request that a state financial control board step in to oversee the city's finances. Further, our security forces are under scrutiny, aging infrastructure is in serious need of repair, and our decaying sewer system has been cited by the DEC. Bills go unpaid. We've lost our bond rating.
There's population density, and we're in the midst of a pandemic and its pervasive negative impact on schools, employment, food, and rent security. Some talk about the inequities between the North and the South. A pharmacy in Gramerton that tramples over all planning regulations with impunity, a construction company acting on a deceptive proposal without restraint in our county park, an oversized, forever under construction eyesore dominating and congesting the Fleetwood area, long-term financial concessions for most developers. Is this what the South Side thinks it's missing? It does cause one to wonder why the City Council feels it's necessary to expedite major projects with such fervor at this time. I'm guessing that there actually may be a plan, and it's the City Council's plan. One that's been in the works with the same people in the wings for years, waiting for that right moment to move when Mount Vernon is least prepared, most vulnerable, and undervalued. In light of all the above, I'm thinking the Mount Vernon story needs some revision, which includes more citizen participation and offers that are well-intentioned and thoughtfully address the needs of the time. Thank you.
Is there any other speakers in the chambers that would like to speak against the application? Please come forward to the mic.
Good evening. My name is John Gallagher. I reside at 165 East Livonia Avenue. And I am not against this project. I am not for this project. But there are things that have to be considered by this council and by the city before we go forward with, or before we move this process forward anywhere. I didn't have an opportunity to sign up to speak earlier, but I will be here tomorrow, and I will make comments about some of the things that were referred to, especially with the controller, and especially with some of the expenses that are going here. But it ties into what I'm going to talk about right now. It ties in with the firemen that were here. I've been here doing this process with budgets and coming to council meetings for 42 years. And there's no way in the world, you people as a city body will lay off firemen and policemen. So please stop the scare tactic. However, there's ways that we can get around this and meet the monetary thing. And the reason why I bring this up regarding this development, who's profiting from this? Are the citizens of Mount Vernon going to profit from this? And if they are, I'm all in favor of it. Does that mean we're going to bring in revenue, tons of revenue into the city, and keep our expenses roughly where they are, or maybe they'll go up somewhat proportionally? But as long as the city, the bottom line, the city makes revenue on all this, that's very important, because we can't keep going on with the projects that are being built in this city. And it goes back many decades. You're right. And I'm going to get to the sewer problem in a few seconds too, because this isn't new. And the poor people that are suffering through it on this part, that were sitting in this part of the room over here, well, guess what? There's going to be more problems with these sewers, because our sewers aren't equipped to handle all the development that's been going on. And I've been talking about this for at least 20 years here, at least with the sewers, with experts who came here and talked about the same thing. But we get all these developments being built up, like the 3rd Street corridor, and what's going to happen to the sewer system there? Where does it flow? Everything flows soft, speaking to an expert that knows what goes on here in Mount Vernon with the sewer system. What's going to happen with all these other developments? Are we equipped to handle that? Are we letting these developers come here, get pilot programs? Ooh, what a nasty word. And it is a nasty word, because pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes, which means they don't pay their fair share in taxes. And Mr. Keller just touched upon it, about all these people that are coming into this area with the school district. The school district gets nothing out of it. It costs $30,000 to educate a child in Mount Vernon, not even from the city point of view. Talking about the firemen once again, are we going to spread our firemen out even further? Are we going to get revenue generated from this project on this corridor where it's going to be self-sufficient, or we're going to make money on it so that we can afford more firemen, we can afford more fire trucks, and we don't have to hear this nonsense of who's battling who, the control of the mayor or whatnot. And by the way, go ask yourself, this whole body that's sitting here, and Ms. Farquharson, I don't remember how she voted, But you all okayed the budget last year. That mayor created 13 new positions, gave out ridiculous raises, and you all voted for the budget. And I was one that stood up here with several other people and told you, we got headwinds coming, guys, with the COVID-19 and financial distress, and you passed the budget. Well, you should have made sure that you didn't hire the 13 positions which aren't necessary, because you could hire 2 or 3 firemen that you wouldn't worry about laying off right now. How about police? You got to look ahead. You got to think proactively. The sewer system, don't think reactively. These poor people that were suffering from this flooding in the basement, you're acting reactively. And you shouldn't be in that position. You should be acting proactively. You should be making these developers do the construction and the needed repairs and the new lines of sewers that we need in this system, instead of letting them get bypasses with pilots, which means they pay nothing. They pay nothing, and the residents, all the other residents in Mount Vernon here, we pick up the freight, not only for the city, for fire, police, sanitation, and whatnot, but for the school district. So these are things you've got to consider in your environmental impact, besides the firemen, besides the police, besides the sewing. And last but not least, in case none of you are aware of it, we're still going through a COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the main thoughts that have come out of there, one of the truths that come out of there, the more densely populated an area is, the more apt the virus is able to transfer itself and be transmitted to other people. So what do you want to do? You want to bring in more people? One of the firemen that got up here and spoke, and I think he's right, I don't know if you heard it, but he said we got over 100,000 people in the city. And I think we do. We're pretty close to it if we don't have that. It's not 68,000 or what the new census is going to say. So what are you going to do? You're going to jam in more people. You're going to have a pandemic running all over the place. And you think you're going to be able to control it? Mount Vernon was hit pretty hard with the COVID-19. I know some people that lost their lives because of it here. So what do you want to do? Bring in more people? And I did notice on the chart by the gentleman, the lawyer that was putting it out there, and explaining each slide as it was going through, that I see is 50% market rate. So what's the other 50% going to be, gang, with residential? And are they going to pay their fair share in taxes for the school and the city? I want to know that, because you know what? You can't spread the buck anymore. It's hurting people here in Mount Vernon residents, and you have to sit back there and think about it. And last but not least, where is this project? I know we never finished the comprehensive plan for the city of Mount Vernon. Where does it fit into the comprehensive plan of the whole city? Is it a viable project really, or is somebody going to be making money on this? Developers, probably some city officials, and other people, and it's not going to benefit the residents of Mount Vernon, which is sad, because that's what's been going on for decades here, Mr. Thompson, you're right. It's decades that's going on. I'm not blaming it on one administration. It's poor leadership in this city, and it's got to stop, because the people of Mount Vernon can't afford this anymore. So my answer to you is, look this over, answer all those questions, add some more to it. I'll be happy to come back, and if you want to hear my thoughts about the budget, come here tomorrow. I'll see you, Mr. Griffith, tomorrow, and you'll hear my thoughts on the budget, okay? Because I think it's ridiculous what you're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, is there other people on the Zoom waiting to speak, or?
Yes, please.
The public who wish to speak with regard to the MX1 public hearing?
Yes, please. Henry Sally and Molinari Group would like to speak.
Yes.
Floor is yours, sir.
Hi there. Thank you, City Council and City Council President, for having us. My name is Woody Victor. I work with the Molinari Group as well as Henry Sally, who are one of the proponents for this rezoning effort. Mount Vernon has had a whole history of problems. This development is not going to solve all of them, but what we are proposing, or what we do see happening, as have been demonstrated in a number of projects over the years in the Bronx, neighboring Westchester, Manhattan, Brooklyn. You need to invest in your community. And I remember a few years ago when we brought people by Mount Vernon, and they went by this corridor, and they remarked that this looks the same as when they had been to Mount Vernon about 40 years ago. And these are big investors who grew up in this area. So what we'd like to say is that investment, I think, is the key to advancing the city forward.
We want to support workforce housing, like firemen that we talk about and that we care so much about. We'd like to give them decent housing, quality housing. So that's part of this plan, and this is supposed to be basically to support not only market rate, but workforce housing, which came out of a very, very in-depth study that was done regarding MX1. Also, this is going to be a mixed-use project, so we are all about having businesses thrive in the city of Mount Vernon. If you have no customers, the businesses don't thrive. And if you don't have services, you don't have thriving communities. So this is a mixed-use project that will create a very symbiotic relationship to help not only increase commerce, but as well as increase your tax base. We've been hearing about a financial shortage, but this project, bringing working class people in here to Mount Vernon, will increase the tax base to allow for more tax revenue to flow into the area. It doesn't mean there won't be challenges, and we understand that there's some infrastructure issues, but part of, as Mr. Darren laid out, part of the density factor of the equation that's done, there are opportunities for us to invest in things that the city defines as a priority. So for example, whether it's outdoor space or infrastructure, each development that comes in will do their fair share. And that's been built into this project. So we're not here to, I know there's a stigma about development, but we're here to work with the community. It's taken almost 12 years to get this project off the ground, so this wasn't done overnight. I want to yield my time to Radame Perez, who is one of the most well-known and respected community developers in this tri-state area, and I'd like to have you hear his perspective so you know where we are coming from.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. Next speaker, we're going to have Mr. Henry Solly speak. Oh, yes? Okay.
My name is Donna Medley. My address is 139 North 6th Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York, 10550. Obviously, as a homeowner, as a taxpayer, we perish for a lack of vision. We need to have a vision for this city. The bottom line is people are in desperate need of housing. So to sit back and say, we can't do this and we can't do that, then at what point are we going to move forward? We all know that everyone needs housing, and at this particular point in time, you have a project like this that is going to help the community be better. I don't understand why you would be against that, but needless to say, at the end of the day, everyone needs a decent place to live. Let's face it, 3rd Street needs a revitalization. Let's just keep it real. And at this point, and if someone is, a developer is willing to come to this community and have decent housing for working class, because this is the thing. We have our seniors. I love my mom. She's a senior. I see all the senior buildings, but we are losing our working class. Because the bottom line is, if you don't have decent housing, people are not going to spend the money to stay in Mount Vernon. That's the bottom line. So we can complain about a budget, we can complain about all of that, but at the end of the day, if you do not have decent housing for working class people, they're not going to stay. So this is a project that I do believe that we need to get on board with and support 100%, because at the end of the day, it is for our community. It is to better the community. Look at New Rochelle, look at Yonkers. You know, you see these towns, and we all know what these towns are coming from. Mount Vernon can do the same thing, okay? And it's time. It's just time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, anybody else on Zoom?
Yes, you have Mr. Perez.
Yes, please.
Mr. Victor. I'm sorry, Mr. Solly and Mr. Perez.
Mr. Solly, you're next.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before I address 3rd Street, I must say to you, the council members, your patience is outstanding to deal with the critique that I hear from the audience and really to sit and listen to it. I have to commend you, all of you. First and foremost, my name is Henry Solly. I'm at 325 East 3rd Street, Mount Vernon, New York. I don't think anyone in this audience have the authority to speak about 3rd Street more than I do. I've been on 3rd Street for over 30 years, when it was a vibrant street, and it has deteriorated rapidly. Not just 3rd Street, you can start from, say, Columbus Avenue, or past Fulton. Take a good look. It's blighted. And some of us criticize developments, but if there's a place that needs it, it's the southern part of Mount Vernon, starting from 3rd Street. Pelham is right there, and of course we could talk about New Rochelle. Take a look at New Rochelle. It's beautiful. People are leaving Mount Vernon to live in New Rochelle. And as one of my friends said to you here earlier, there's no place to live in Mount Vernon. None. Find a place that will accommodate the middle class. It's not here. And we talk about Mount Vernon deteriorate, that's where it starts from. When you lose the middle class and you try to put up stores, no one to support it. We cannot just say, look at low income, no income. I will not mention those that have been built before. If we had addressed them properly, 80-20, or some people might say 50-50, whatever the circumstances are. We have to look at the middle class. That will bring the bright folks in Mount Vernon, fix our sidewalks, first and foremost. If we do that, we'll have a better city. And as I said before, 25 years ago, some of you might not remember, Mount Vernon was beautiful, vibrant. Look at it now. Take a good look. And when I hear bickering about not having money from the city controller, not doing what she's supposed to do, and what I suggest to be done, to make this a better place, when you have the railroad, Mount Vernon East right here, you have Mount Vernon West, you have the Parkway, you have Pelham. It's ideal. And I hope you as a member, the City Council, and those who are listening, not aware of what 3rd Street is like, we're going to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From Zoom, Woody Victor. Mr. Perez.
I think is going to.
Mr. Perez, you can come off mute, please. State your full name and address. Thank you, sir.
Yes, so Radamay Perez, Mastermind Ltd. is my entity's name. Our address is 668 Crescent Avenue in the Bronx, New York. If I may, Council President Griffith and fellow members of the Mount Vernon City Council, thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to work with the City Council first and foremost through all these years. I remember when Council President Griffith was Council President here at 2016, and this conversation was renewed. It was a conversation that we started 15 years ago when we bought this property here at the corner of Fulton and the East 3rd Street, which I think is one of the key entry points to this re-envisioned corridor. And for 15 years, we believe we've been good neighbors alongside folks like Henry Solly, who is a staple in our community here on the South Side, not just from the perspective of him being a landowner, but of his generosity to community endeavors and his commitment to stay in this neighborhood. When he's had other opportunities to look elsewhere, Mr. Henry Solly was patient with the process and trusted the process. So I commend him, and I'm proud to stand alongside him. Equally, I'm proud to stand alongside my good friend, Mr. Woody Victor. You know, what you have here is a development team made up of New Yorkers, Woody and I are both good Catholic schoolboys. We're a diverse group, black and brown. The reality is that I really think that this is an opportunity to look at a stretch that has lied there as part of an industrial era that maybe Mount Vernon was connected to, but clearly that's not today. And we envision that strip there as sort of a small neighborhood within Mount Vernon's greater neighborhood of the south side of Mount Vernon. This is really an opportunity, I think, to create something that upgrades the plumbing. A lot of discussions happened about the standards right now in New York's infrastructure. And I know, like anyone that has invested in Mount Vernon as of recent, that Mount Vernon has the roads, has the rails, has the skeletons, the bones of the city of Mount Vernon, one that provide a sense of welcome. And its interconnectedness and proximity to New York City, the fact that you can hop on a railroad, and get from Mount Vernon East train station in a matter of minutes to Grand Central Terminal. These are things that need to be activated. Mount Vernon needs to take full advantage and exploit opportunities that it has just by virtue of where it sits in the greater metropolitan area. And so as a developer of properties in New York City, in Newark, New Jersey, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I see Mount Vernon as one of the most key areas among that tri-state area that really should be at its greatest of opportunities to really capitalize on real estate development. I'll circle back with this. When we're talking about creating a higher baseline, a higher standards for our city, new developments have provided opportunity for plumbing, electrical, construction methodologies that are by definition up to date. And so that includes all the energy and environmental efficiencies. All of that is taken into consideration when we look at structural decisions and mechanical decisions as we're building these buildings. So I would say that new housing developments are always at the cutting edge of the latest codes and variances, and it allows the city to really take a real opportunity to give a shot in the arm of this neighborhood. With all the discussion of COVID and the shots that we should or shouldn't be taking, the reality is that we also should be taking a shot at revitalizing the codes, looking at where we can create greater efficiencies, updating plumbing. People shouldn't be scooping things out of, plumbing issues out of their basements. It's not necessary, and new development provides an opportunity for that to be revisited and to be done better. I have to say, and I guess I'll close with this, sadly, when neighborhoods like the south side of Mount Vernon rise up and say, we want better for our neighborhood, all too often there are the naysayers in the room that stop that kind of progress. But the reality is that this is not their opportunity. We can and will be better. That call to action will not fall on deaf ears. I firmly will be willing to work alongside any community group that thinks that they should, that believes in the south side of Mount Vernon and sees a better day for greater peace of mind, greater development, and greater opportunity of this community's utility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Somebody else in the room, and then Mr. Clerk, if you would just tell me how many people else are on Zoom. Two gentlemen here, did you want to both speak or one speak? Mr. Ferrandino, did you want to speak? Were you up to speak? Could you go to the mic, please?
If any other member on Zoom, online, who wishes to speak, please either raise your hand or signal in the chat, or just be prepared to come off of mute once the speaker is finished.
Good evening, Mr. Council President, Madam Chair of the Finance and Planning Committee, members of the City Council. My name is Vince Ferrandino. I'm principal of Ferrandino and Associates, Planning and Development Consultants, 3 West Main Street, Elmsford, New York. Also a longtime Mount Vernon resident, 45 Parkway West, Mount Vernon, 10552. I'm speaking this evening in a bit of an awkward position because my firm was retained by this body in April of 2015 to prepare the generic environmental impact statement and the zoning that is the subject of the public hearing this evening.
Mr. Ferrandino,
Impetus for this document came about in a number of ways.
Mr. Ferrandino, are you here to speak in favor or against this application?
I am not speaking in favor or against. I'm basically going to convey a number of comments and concerns that I have with respect to the document that's before you, as well as the process that's being followed.
Mr. Ferrandino, are you here to speak in favor or against?
I am not speaking in
project?
favor or against the project. I'm speaking, again, I'll say it again, I'm going to make comments regarding the project as it exists this evening, as well as the process that led up to this evening. So I'm going to raise
Mr. President, as counsel, can I please
just a second,
maybe address this, Mr. Ferrandino's testimony?
Yes, please.
Okay. I know Mr. Ferrandino has made a submission to the council dated January 26th when he submitted it under what he believes is his role as a planning consultant to the council. Thus, if that's the role he is speaking tonight, I would ask as counsel that he is under confidentiality and otherwise. He's made a submission to the council. The council will discuss that. There's really no need for public testimony. If he's acting or he believes that his submission was pursuant to his role as a consultant, I would ask Mr. Ferrandino, please, not to make a public testimony. I think that would be in conflict with the role that you've talked about. You've made your submission. The council will discuss it, and they will reach out to you in the proper form and venue. It would be, I think, a conflict of your purported role as a consultant to be offering public testimony at this time, especially if there's any particular areas that you're critical of or otherwise. I think you've made a submission, and the council will consider it and get in touch with you as they deem appropriate. This is not an appropriate venue for you to be discussing matters with the council on this issue.
So, Mr. Ferrandino, I would like for you to please, if I may, if you're going to speak in favor or against the application as a resident of Mount Vernon, you may do so, but I would suggest that you hold off with your testimony
With all
this
due
evening.
respect to Mr. Zarin and to you and the council,
Mr.
I do
Ferrandino,
not intend this evening to recite my concerns and comments with the council. I have submitted those to the council for the public record. I brought extra copies this evening to distribute to the council, and what I would like to do is to discuss these concerns with the council, with Mr. Cleary, with Mr. Zarin, in a forum where we can come to some consensus.
and that is not tonight. So
That's not tonight.
So, Mr. Ferrandino, thank you. Will you please be seated?
That's not this evening.
With that, so Mr. Ferrandino, thank you. Will you please be seated? And we're going to go on to the speakers that are speaking in favor or against. Mr. Ferrandino.
Okay. I am not going to put myself in a conflicted position. However, I have been asking for a meeting with the entire council
Mr. Ferrandino,
in November.
we are aware of that.
Now, January 27th I have not been given the courtesy of having that meeting. I hope now, with Mr. Zarin's support, that we will have that meeting and discussion, because this document is a major departure.
Mr. Ferrandino.
2019.
Mr. Ferrandino.
2020.
Mr. Ferrandino, we've discussed this. I'm asking you to pause this for now. We will have discussions. We were on the phone twice today. So, if you're not here to speak in favor and against as a citizen, I'm going to ask you to please...
This is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous,
What I'm
Mr.
asking
Ferrandino.
for-
Wow.
I need a date when we can sit down and discuss this, and until such time as that takes place, I'm also requesting that this public hearing be kept open.
Mr. Ferrandino, do you have anything else?
Mr.
I'm making that
Ferrandino,
request.
if I
Mr.
can-
Ferrandino, is there anything else? This is a public hearing, so we've heard you. Anything else? Mr. Zarin, do you have any other comments?
No, I appreciate that he sat down. I think he was putting himself in a very difficult and concerning conflict position, and we will continue discussions with him. I assure you've spoken to him, I've spoken to him. I just don't think this is the proper venue.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may.
Not yet, not yet, Councilwoman.
not been shared with the council.
Not yet, Councilwoman Farquharson. We have other speakers. Mr. Monroe? Just a second, Mr. Monroe. Let the clerk sanitize the mic, please.
Good
And you know it's working.
Good evening, council, community. I'd like to speak in opposition to the project. And I say that with an air of nuance, actually, because it's not so much that I oppose housing or the goals that seem to be stated in the project. I'd like to, of course, it's not my expertise to judge architecturally or by urban design, the value of the project. But as a resident and community organizer here, for the better part of the last 30 years, I know and have come to know Mount Vernon. First of all, it's my adopted city. I wasn't born here. I have elders and family that go back some time here, but my choice to live here has been based on what I've come to know as a very talented and unique community. I think, unfortunately, though, Mount Vernon has not existed in the vacuum in what is, by and large, a very exploitative social, economic, and political structure in the United States. I think most of us, if we were unaware before last year, should be more aware now that those social forces, political forces, economic forces that have made lives very difficult or ruined exist here in many microcosms in Mount Vernon. I think this project actually, it focuses, or at least illustrates some of that here. I say that because I don't see the reflection of all this community's needs in the goals stated in this project. I personally live on 4th Avenue, close to 3rd Street right now. I've only been there for about 2 years. The previous decade and a half I lived over by 9th Avenue between 5th and Sanford. My entire life, adult life, has been serving black communities in this region, other parts of this country, frankly, but also Mount Vernon. And I've organized here and I've watched projects, mostly corporate kind of projects come and go, and they've never served the working class or the poor here. I would be naive to say that it's a color-free or colorless dynamic. Mount Vernon's a mostly black community and has been for, my understanding is, the better part of 40, 50 years. Mount Vernon has an opportunity to be a unique beacon in the United States, such that it can be a self-sustained and sustainable community. self-sustained in that we're not just a bedroom community providing workforces for industries that aren't even guaranteed to stay. I think places like Cleveland, Detroit, New York City, quite frankly, other parts of the South and the Midwest are icons of how unsustainable it is to just build projects so that people can come and live there. People need to be able to be in a place where they can sustain their lives, sustain industries, and sustain each other off the land that they live on. Notwithstanding the fact that it's colonized land, I'm not going to be ignorant of that fact either. But we have to be sustainable. To close, I want to say that this project should reflect more of what the COVID-19 pandemic has illustrated, not created, but illustrated in the way of crises like food supply lines that have contracted or collapsed, homelessness that has exponentially escalated, exploitation that has created everything from homelessness to suicide, social conditions that are not going to go away anytime soon. And this project should reflect some of those changed dynamics. It looks like a great project that should have come out of the thinking of the 90s or the early 2000s, but all of that changed last year. All of that has to change. Not because it's just a good idea, but because we should be humane enough to change tracks, change course in the necessity of the times. Having said that, I want to thank the developers, council, all the talented people I know are involved in this or could be involved in the future. But I frankly want to kind of echo a sister's statement that, we perish for lack of vision. This is a fine vision for 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Those visions have to change, and that's my input on it. So hopefully we'll continue to consult each other, quite frankly. We'll actually go to the communities, not just 3rd Street, the entire Mount Vernon community that needs not just housing, not just jobs, not even just sustainable and nutritious food, which is an issue I see completely lacking here. I don't see land developed so that people can farm. People will need to farm in Mount Vernon. That's not a pipe dream anymore. That's a real thing. That's going to be the limit of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, is there anybody else that would speak on? We're not asking for council to speak at this time, but is there anybody else that is looking to speak on Zoom? Mr. Clerk?
Any other members of the public wish to speak who are online waiting to speak regarding the public hearing for the MX1 project? I'll pause for return. There are no further speakers at this time.
Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to speak in favor or against the MX1? Please come forward. If there's anybody else that wants to speak in favor or against, please come forward. Last and final call. Is there anybody else that wants to speak in favor or against? Hearing none, I'm going to ask... Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak in favor or against? I know we have a young lady coming forward. Is there anyone else? Come forward, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in favor or against? Ma'am, you could get ready to go. Is there anybody else after this young lady that's at the mic that wants to speak in favor or against? And for the last time, I'm asking, is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor or against this application? Hearing none, ma'am, will you please name and address for the record, please? And we're going to ask that you keep your comments to about 3 minutes, if you can.
Good night. My name is Sylvia Gibbs. I've been in Mount Vernon 62 years. I left here to go look for, better place like in Eden, North Carolina. And it took me some time, like 15 to 18 months to find a place. And when I found a place, it was April 18th. Your aunt's birthday. The same day Glennis left. And I had to walk away and leave that because my daughter got killed that day. And I had to come up here and make sure my grandson was okay and do with switching around that I could do, being I was so confused. And I've been here, I went back down there to make sure I got my things. And some of my things are still in Georgia because I went from one place to the other. thinking that I could be okay, but I had to come back here. When I came back here, 5 years ago now, getting ready to be 6, I've been looking for a place out here at Mount Vernon. Went to the real estates, Melissa Thomas, AEF, West First Street, whatever ones. The rooms, no good. I don't care whose house it is. These houses here are old. These houses here need rebuilding badly. The buildings are off the hook. They've been there too long. The doors that's in the ground, like the cellar doors and stuff, what's underneath them, goes up in the buildings. The rats, bigger than my feet. You know? The buildings here that's getting ready to go up, I'm in favor of them. You know, but hopefully everything is done correctly by it because there's so much trouble. I don't know how that happened because Mount Vernon was never like that. We used to look after each other, take care of each other, you know, and everything just seemed to crumble within the 5 years that I wasn't here. You know, and I'm like, how did that happen? And just to come back, to even find a place to stay, I had to stay with a number of people before I even found this room. And the room that they found for me, they had to make the room for me because that part of the house wasn't even being used. So they had to dig it out and do all kinds of stuff with it. My dog is dead. You know, I lost a lot. That was my daughter's dog, and I thought I could hold on to him. But if I'd have been better off leaving him down south than to bring him back here. He's a Yorkie. He kept his head off the ground. Here, he kept his head in the ground. He got sick. You know, so hopefully whatever, you know, is being done here, whether it's 3rd Street, Gramington Avenue, or wherever else that's going up, you know, people need places. And it's not a thing. I got my application that I have in the, what you call it, Ruth Hassel Thompson, and the other one on the corner, the older one, on 5th Avenue and 3rd Street, not the other one. Listen, lottery? Are y'all serious? They can't be serious with that lottery. That's something that you buy in the store. People need place. So if they call us to the meeting and they give us the paper and say, okay, come to the meeting here. We go to the meeting here with Grace Baptist Church. And when we go there, there's a bunch of people standing there. And everybody's being called. Certain people's being called. And it seems like favoritism is being called. And a lot of people are still standing and waiting 2, 3 hours. Everybody's still standing.
Ma'am.
Not sitting, still standing.
Ma'am,
So come on, I mean, we trying to live, you know, lottery makes no sense. I never heard of that. Never heard of that. It's
Thank you.
ridiculous to me. And now the time is worse. You know,
Thank you.
please, you know, we need better. We need better, especially me. I'm 62 years old. They want to tell me a story about being a senior. Are you kidding me?
Thank you, ma'am.
No. You're welcome. Thank you.
I'll take a motion to continue the public hearing or to close the public hearing from the council.
I think we have to keep it open 30 days, don't we?
So I know definitely that we will keep it open for public comments. Maybe Mr. Zarin can chime in on the process from here. Is Mr. Zarin still on the line, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, I am, Mr. President. I think you can close the public hearing, and you should leave public written comment open for, I would say, approximately 15 days. I think that would be sufficient. Again, these materials have been out there for a long time. We've now noticed the public hearing twice, so I mean, people who in the neighborhood are aware of this. And I don't think, obviously, you're not going to take any other actions tonight. I think that we need to absorb the comments, or you need to absorb the comments, discuss them. There may be some other written comments during the next 15 days. And then the next action would be either revising the zoning, adopting secret findings, which completes the secret process, and then a vote on the rezoning on the merits.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, if I may,
Do you have a motion?
I don't have a motion.
We're not taking comments from the council at this time because we're in the middle of a hearing.
It seems you are, really committed to keeping my voice out of any discourse.
I'm sorry.
What
so
I would like
I'm-
to say is that Mr. Ferrandino asked that it remain open. And
So,
there can-
Madam Councilwoman, we're taking motions from the floor at this time. Is there a motion from the floor to either close the public hearing or suspend the public hearing? Councilwoman Copeland? Mr. Zarin said what, Mr. Clerk? Could you relay what he said, or?
Mrs. Aaron, did you recommend a 15-day additional comment window? Or please restate the length of time that you recommended?
I recommended that, I think you can close the public hearing. I think you received the testimony tonight that you're going to receive. Mr. Ferrandino, Councilwoman Ferguson was really, I think, more interested in a different issue, but we have some written comments from him anyhow, and those will get distributed. But I think you can close the public hearing and leave open any written comments for 15 days, and during that time, there will be additional discussion, secret findings, as well as possible vote. But I think you can close the public hearing. I don't think you're going to hear that much additional comments.
So I move to close the public hearing and leave public comments open for 15 days? Written comment for 15 days.
I second.
Normal procedure.
Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Ferguson?
No.
Councilman Thompson?
Aye.
Council President Griffith?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming out tonight. That closes the public hearing. I'm going to take a stretch, but then right after we're going into referrals, and we're going to go right into our normal council session. I'm sorry? I can't. We can. I just said I'm going to stretch. I didn't say we're going to stop. So again, I'm sorry for the audience. If you are going to leave the chambers now after our public hearing session for MX1 is complete, we're going to go into our regular legislative session. We're going to start with our referrals, and then we're going to go directly into our approving of legislation for this evening. So we ask that if you are leaving, please do so quietly, and we will prepare for our regular council meeting. Thank you.
Your section of the agenda to your co-chair for the determination that's in. Councilwoman Ferguson, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yes, ma'am. I hand it to your co-chair, the pages that apply to the to HR committee. So your co-chair signatures for the past legislation at the end of the meeting, just to let you know.
Would you kindly repeat what you just said?
Your co-chair has the pages that pertain to the HR committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to go to referrals, please. And I cannot find my referral sheet. No. Yeah. Do you have an extra one? Yes. Thank you. It's been a long night, and I have to be here tomorrow. On my 50th birthday. Yes, it's my 50th birthday. I'll be here. Yay. That's fine. Whatever you have is fine. That's so I can follow a little. Yep.
Combination of both.
That's good. I'll figure it out. Just so I can follow something. Okay.
The blue
Good.
numbers.
Good. Okay. All right. Well, the order here is finance and planning, so I'll start with finance and planning. Oh, all right. Whatever you say, former president. Public safety and codes?
No, first is legislation, like the agenda. First is legislation and public works, then human resources, then public safety.
Oh, okay. Legislation and public works then.
Thank you, Council President. Item number 9 is called for. Item number 10 is on the agenda as enumerated number 7. Item 19 is for information. Item 20 is on the agenda, enumerated number 3. Item 28 is called for. Item 29 is called for. Item 4 is called for, and item number 27 is called for. I have 2 add-ons. Add-on 1 is a donation from the Friends of the Animal Shelter, and that's enumerated number 4 on the agenda. And item number 2, add-on number 2 is the emergency legislation for the sewer bypass pump for the 3rd Street, 7th Avenue to 13th Avenue area, and that is enumerated number 5 on the agenda. Items 1 and 2 are from the January 13th meeting that was canceled, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Human Resources?
Thank you, Council President. So, I have items 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 are on the agenda, enumerated as item 10, 9, 8, and 6. I have 3 items on the agenda from the January 13th agenda that was not voted on. That concludes my report.
Thank you. What am I missing? Yes, public safety and codes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Items number 5, 6, 7, 14, 26, 8, and 16 are all called for. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance and planning.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Ferrandino, could you turn off the volume on your phone, please?
Item 1 is called for. Item 2.
Councilwoman Copeland, just a minute. Mr. Ferrandino, could you turn off the volume on your phone? Can you turn off the volume of your phone clicking?
That's not the phone.
We can hear it clicking. Councilwoman Copeland?
Number 1, 2, and 3 are called for.
Item number 12 is for information. Item 13 is for information. Item 15 is called for. Items 17, 18, 30, and 31 are for information. And I have one add-on regarding the Emergency Financial Control Board, but we have to make some amendments, so I'm going to hold it on the floor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does that conclude your report?
Yes, that concludes my report.
We had a roll call already. I believe we can go right into legislation and public works. Mr. Clerk, are you ready? Thank you. Legislation and public works.
Thank you, Council President. I have item number 1, a resolution appointing William H. Holmes as city clerk for the city of Mount Vernon. So moved.
Second.
On the question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Congratulations. Item number 2, I have an ordinance declaring June 19th, also recognized as Juneteenth Independence Day or Juneteenth, an official public paid holiday for the city of Mount Vernon employees. So moved.
Second.
On the question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
I have item number 3, an ordinance authorizing heavy motor equipment operator Robert Hackett a 1-year leave of absence beginning January 18, 2021 through January 17, 2022. So moved.
Second.
Second. Am I the chair of, the co-chair of that committee?
Your second was received, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
On the question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. And Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 4, I have an ordinance authorizing the Department of Public Works to accept a donation of windows from the Friends of the Mount Vernon Animal Shelter. So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 5, I have an ordinance declaring an emergency situation on the 3rd Street corridor between 7th Avenue and 13th Avenue. So moved.
Second.
On the question?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Yes.
Councilwoman Duarte, when did you first learn of this emergency, on this specific emergency? When did you first learn of it?
This morning when I received a phone call from Commissioner Bush.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm skipping item 6, because that should be finance and planning. So item number 7 is a resolution for the city of Mount Vernon to become a member of the Tree City USA. So moved.
Second.
On the question? Was this worked out with the planning department to work on the application?
Yes, the planning department has completed the application. We're just in the process of actually submitting it.
Excellent.
Yep.
Any other questions?
No, just thanking them for their quick work on it. I was on the email chain, so.
Perfect.
I hate those, it's like hit or reply all. I hate,
I know.
I hate it. I just try to respond to the one person. I'm off the question. I apologize, but
But for the record, Council President, yes, the Planning Department, the grants team, our legislative assistant, the DPW Commissioner, all worked very expeditiously, so the application is complete. We just need to submit it through the online portal.
Excellent. Good. Wonderful. Thank you. Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
Human Resources.
Thank you, Council President. I have an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Soulful Energy LLC. I'm doing, just for the record, I'm doing the two items that were left over from January 13th first. So I have an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Soulful Synergy LLC, WDA Employment Service Program. So moved.
Second.
On the question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with One World United and Virtuous. It's a safe haven and the Step Up program. So moved.
Second.
On the question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
I keep forgetting my pronoun first. Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
I have an ordinance granting permission to the Department of Recreation to sponsor the annual Easter Hunt celebration, 3/27, with a rain date of 4/3. So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
I have an ordinance granting permission to the Department of Recreation to sponsor the 5th annual Mount Vernon Day, formerly known as Mount Vernon Proud event. This is to hang banners, co-sponsor the Diabetes Awareness Walk, and permission to the Department of Public Safety to close 7th Avenue between 3rd and 4th Streets. Date is 6/12, but the rain date is 6/19, so moved.
Second.
On the question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. And Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
I have an ordinance granting permission to the Department of Recreation to sponsor an outdoor movie series on 6/25. So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. And Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you.
I have an ordinance granting permission to the Department of Recreation to sponsor the 6th annual Pumpkin Fest and Carving event on 10/23 and 10/30. So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you. First time.
I have an ordinance granting permission to the Department of Recreation to sponsor the annual Christmas tree lighting ceremony on 12/1. So moved.
Second. And we should commend them for getting this in early. Hopefully we'll remember by the time they come around.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I agree.
Any other comments? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason.
Aye.
Councilman Thompson.
Aye.
And Council President Griffith.
Aye.
Thank you.
Nothing for you, Public Safety and Codes. Finance and Planning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have ordinance number 15, an ordinance amending ordinance number 9 adopted March 11th, 2020, entitled an ordinance authorizing the mayor to accept the grant from the Mount Vernon Urban Renewal Agency in the amount, the new amount is underlined or in brackets? Which one is it? Underlined? In the amount of $204,465.96. So moved.
Second.
On the question? Good. Roll call.
And Councilwoman Copeland.
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte.
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason.
Aye.
Councilman Thompson.
Aye.
And Council President Griffith.
Aye.
Thank you.
I have ordinance number 16, or ordinance amending ordinance number 10, adopted March 11th, 2020, entitled an ordinance authorizing the mayor to accept a grant from the Mount Vernon Urban Renewal Agency in the amount of $73,747.66. So moved.
Second.
On the question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland.
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte.
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason.
Aye.
Councilman Thompson.
Aye.
And Council President Griffith.
Aye.
I got it. Ordinance number 17, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to accept a grant from the Mount Vernon Urban Renewal Agency in the amount of $85,103. So moved.
Second.
On the question?
On the question, this is to hire a director of homeless services for a 2-year period. So that's certainly something we need.
Yes. Any other comments? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland.
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte.
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason.
Aye.
Councilman Thompson.
Aye.
Council President Griffith.
Aye.
Thank you.
I have ordinance number 18, ordinance adopting a negative declaration for a proposed rezoning of the Wartburg property and amending Chapter 267 of the City Code of the City of Mount Vernon entitled Zoning and amending the City of Mount Vernon zoning map. So moved.
Second.
On the question? Roll call.
I was going to ask a question.
Councilwoman Copeland.
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte.
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason.
Aye.
Councilman Thompson.
Aye.
Council President Griffith.
Aye.
Thank you.
So just to follow up, I think we wanted a letter to go to the planning board about this from our public hearing.
Yes.
So I just want to remind everyone for the record, remind the clerk for the record.
Hey, this is Michael Zarin. We included right on the resolution,
Yeah.
the points that you wanted included in a letter, so
All right,
we'll get the
I see it.
resolution. I'm not sure there's a need for a separate letter, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So then if that's the case, let's
All
make
right,
sure
that's
we,
fine.
let's forward this piece of legislation to the planning department, to the
Planning board,
attention
to
of the planning board.
To the
Right.
planning board and the ARB, Architectural Review Board. And it says that in section 4, so. Well, thank you. I have one more left, I think.
Yes.
This annoying one. So I have ordinance number 19, an ordinance requiring the Mount Vernon City Council to receive a list of all banking institutions, bank accounts, and bank statements providing services to the City of Mount Vernon, New York, and its related entities, including the Urban Renewal Agency, Industrial Development Agency of the City of Mount Vernon, the Board of Water Supply, and all accounts administered or controlled by the Controller of the City of Mount Vernon, New York, to facilitate legislative oversight of all financial activity, including the budget and budgeting process of the City of Mount Vernon. So moved.
I'll second.
On the question?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilwoman Parkinson.
what is the anticipated cost that may be associated with this resolution?
The cost of receiving the bank statements?
Yes.
It should be none.
Okay.
I mean, it's relatively small. I don't know what.
Okay. I just want to know.
I would hope that they're gonna email them to us. That's my hope. But anyway. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And we learned today, I understand, that there's 39 accounts? Who knew?
I'm sorry. We did know there were 39 accounts.
Oh, you did?
Yes. What wasn't provided were the balances in the accounts, and the account numbers were not provided. The controller did give a spreadsheet with the list of 39 accounts. The banks, most of them were, from memory, Chase and Sterling Bank, but all the accounts were redacted. There were no balances in the spreadsheet. There was really nothing substantial in the spreadsheet at all that the controller provided. The mayor does have access to 3 Chase bank accounts, which total just north of $600,000. And the mayor made comments that our salaries, I believe, per day are $200,000. So that those 3 bank accounts, if that is all the information that we had, would last us about 3 days or so. In a previous Board of Estimate meeting, the mayor detailed, whereas in our 2016 draft audit report, we had X amount of dollars, and from the subsequent years, it would have brought our number down to another subset of monies, and if we had that subset of monies, we should be able to use those accounts as fund balance to roll into the budget. And since this body, the City Council, is the only entity that could allow the use of fund balance monies, then that money must be available, because the controller cannot use those monies legally without coming to the council for those monies. However, the controller in the previous day's Board of Estimate meeting said that she was using fund balance monies, which basically was an admission of her that she was using funds without the authorization of this council, and that is why our new county, Westchester County District Attorney, Mimi Roca, has been contacted, because the controller has admitted to committing a crime against the people of Mount Vernon by using fund balance funds without the authorization of this illustrious body. So this subpoena that I will be more than pleased to sign with the council's authorization, we will send off to all of the banks that are listed in that list. And for good measure, we might as well send those to other local banks just to see if some other bank accounts pop up that were not on that list of 39 bank accounts. So I want to thank the legal department and our legal support, Elias Goodsight, for doing the research on this. I want to get this done as soon as possible, because we still are in budget season, and I really don't know what the outcome of that is. If these banks are as expeditious as I would hope them to be, maybe we can have some information which would allow us to use some fund balance, which would totally wipe out the whole furlough recommendation, or at least allocation that we put in place for this 2021 budget. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Did I even call for roll call yet? We're still on the question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffith?
Aye.
Thank you. And we have the open item, number 6. Thank you.
So with regard to number 6, which I believe should be in resolution form, I did speak to the Assembly, well, I wanted to follow due diligence, so we need to amend this, and then hopefully have a special meeting to adopt it, or not. I mean, I have, I think I expressed on the Monday meeting my concerns about the, having a financial control board, but we're between, this is like the budget, we're between a rock and a hard place. But they're in control, that's why they call it Emergency Financial Control Board, they're in control, whatever they say, once if we approve it and they're in place, we have to accept it. So, I just wanted to make you aware of that, so, that's all I have. I'm holding it for now, because we need to amend this.
So then I recommend that maybe Councilwoman Copeland, you try to get us some information. Maybe Mr. Goodsite, you also will look into some information, forwarded it to all of us. We do have a very long Board of Estimate hearing tomorrow, so it's going to be, I know it's going to be a long day for me tomorrow. And so maybe we'll have some information by then. If we have more confidence in the path to getting this done, maybe we will schedule a special meeting for Friday, if not one day early next week to get this moving. But the reality is that the mayor sprung this concept on us as of late. We have not talked about it at all in work session, if possible, if need be. Okay, good, yes. If need be, maybe we need to schedule a special council work session to be able to discuss this so that we know what we're doing. We could talk it out. We might as well notice it. It is that level of high importance before we go in. We know we have a financial crisis, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do our due diligence to know what we're doing by doing this. I believe I heard that Yonkers had this financial control board in effect, and they stayed for 17 years. Right? And with our condition that we're in, there's so much to clean up. We know there's so much to clean up downstairs in the controller's office. After 4 years of mismanagement and neglect, who knows how long they will stay. So we have to take this very seriously before we do anything. So with that, Madam, I'm sorry, Councilman Thompson.
Yes, I just want to say, while we're waiting for more input on number 6, if we just expeditiously subpoena the banks, and hopefully we get that information within the next couple of days, number 6 may be null and void if we get that information, because we can take another route, which I'm so anxious to take. So hopefully we get this bank information and we can go forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Comments? No?
Council President, if I may.
Councilwoman Farquharson?
Yes, I just want to say I agree with what you just stated, that we really need to take this seriously. After a work session on Monday, I came home and I did some reading, and I communicated with the mayor that, our situation, requires some action, especially some outside action. But it is a serious decision that would almost render us, moot. Would render our functioning moot and the functioning of the city, because we wouldn't have much control of anything. So I think we really need to sit down as a body and talk this through, and perhaps even reach out to other municipalities that have done it to find out what the pros and cons are, so that we know we're making a really informed decision.
So, Mr. President, so traditionally, you don't really ask for it, they kind of do it. The other cities,
right.
The state came in, they just came in, they didn't request it, as this is suggesting, so it's different. I mean, Yonkers is the closest example, and I think they were there like 20 years, maybe more.
More.
Through the late 80s and 90s, I think, when Yonkers had some serious issues, so that's all.
I cannot hear.
We'll relay, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Farquharson. Mr. Goodside is coming to the mic so you can hear better. We were going to relay, but he's willing to come to the mic so you can hear directly.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just asking everybody in the room who has a question, whether you're on the council or not, EGOOTZEIT@cmvny.com. Ask your question so I will know how to research it better. If you give it to me by tomorrow, I'll work on it starting tomorrow.
On another note, as we approach the budget season, Mrs. Walters sent me some documents in regards to the tax cap, and I believe after doing that one spreadsheet that was sent, I think it was almost impossible for this body to do the tax cap without getting finances from the Controller's Office. There are a number of, it's a formula that must be put together in order to calculate what the tax cap is. And I know in previous administrations or in previous controllers, they did that calculation for us. It is not just a matter of it being the 2% tax cap, even though we call it the 2% tax cap. It's not exactly 2%. It's a formula. And if we don't have any financial information, there's no way that we could put the factors in place in order to calculate that formula. So if we do, we won't be able to vote to go over the tax cap because we don't know what the tax cap is. So getting financial information from the Controller's Office is critical for us to be able to do our work. More reason why we need some interception from somebody to be able to do what we need to do. With that, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn, or at least, not yet, and I know we have moments of silence that we need to put in effect for some of our former members that have passed, but before that, Councilwoman Duarte.
Just a quick ask of the Council President for item number 5, which is the bypass pump to address the sewer issues. It does require approval at the Board of Estimate and Contract, so is there a possibility of having an emergency Board of Estimate and Contract in order to adopt this before next week?
Yes, I don't know if we can do it tomorrow. Right, so maybe we should do, so I don't know. We do have a meeting at 7 p.m. that is noticed. I'm sorry? Maybe we should check with the mayor's office in the morning and see what share availability is. We do have a meeting at 7, which I would suppose is noticed. So if we had to kick it back to 7 and let that be a first order of business, that may be a possibility, but I'm local. So if we did need to have a special Board of Estimate meeting for this piece of legislation, I have no problems coming in at 9 o'clock or whenever the mayor is fully available. Once again, you're asking me to come in on my birthday, Councilwoman Duarte, but for the people of Mount Vernon, I will do it. It's a sewer problem. I'll do it. And the mayor is calling. Okay. Motion to adjourn or motion to adjourn with...
I'm going to move to adjourn in a moment of silence for Diane Monroe Morris, a former member of this body, also a school board trustee, and a longtime public servant. Also serves as a New York City public school teacher. So, I'm not going to say much more because I don't want to become emotional.
Right. Can we also can we also...
I'm not finished. Can I finish?
Oh, sorry.
I'm not finished. Also, Miss Lillian Jones, affectionately known as Nana, who passed at 101. She was one of the first black employees at the Board of Elections. She also was the first black state president of the Wives of Veterans Foreign Affairs. So she's also been a long servant in this community, who also passed since our last meeting. And also, Mr. Peter Wynn, I thought you wanted to say that one. So,
go ahead. No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't forgotten.
No, he's not. He's definitely not forgotten.
And also, Mr. Peter Wynn, also a public school teacher whose family has a long history of service in this community, and he also did a lot of work here. So, very young, Diane and Peter. We never know.
You never,
One more.
who else?
Jerry,
How could I forget? And of course, Jerry McBride, who was with the Peacekeepers. He's very active in his church, Unity Baptist Tabernacle. He's just always, anytime you ask somebody to do something, he steps up. He's a quiet force behind the scenes, but he always does the work. So those 4 people,
And just yesterday, Lawrence Ross, who was a Razorback,
I don't, you can do them. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Also, Mr. Lawrence Ross, who was of the Ross family here in Mount Vernon, he was a Razorback coach. He passed away yesterday, so also keep that family in your prayer.
So it's,
So that's my motion?
yes, it's
So
been
I
a,
need a second.
Second.
all right, so, roll call and adjournment.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkason,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson,
Aye.
Council President Griffith.
Aye, please stand for a moment of silence. Mr. Clerk, please make sure to send letters to the families of each one of these members. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.